us a little bit of how we ended up here, and also hopefully where we're going. And to my extreme right, forgive me, Margaret Sousa from Trinity College Dublin, although Aberdeen originally, I understand, who will bring in, I think, a very, very interesting take on comparative examples of the case of Northern Ireland. And there we're going to discuss parallels, positives, and negatives as such. So we're trying to do that in a very short period of time. And so apologies to everyone if we're going to be a little strict on time. But if I might start with you, Manila, on with a kind question to give us a little bit of an update on where do things stand at the moment, not only after the last meeting in New York and hopefully before the next meeting in New York in December, but also specifically on how are we doing on what was decided as confidence building measures. Have they been achieved, to what degree, and if not, also to what degree and why? And more importantly, if we haven't managed to agree on certain technical things on the ground of this, can I be hopeful that there will be more substance to the process in the foreseeable future? So let's start with you.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation and to all the people in the audience for their presence here. Let me start with a remark on the last part of the question that you have put, and then I will go through what we have done throughout the past months with the aim of reviving a political process for a comprehensive solution to the Cyprus problem. We have done some progress on the technical issues that have been pursued, but what we always have to keep in mind is that these have not been undertaken or pursued with a view to substituting the political process, but with a view to facilitating the resumption, creating a conducive environment in this direction. There could have been more. There could have been more outcomes. There are specific reasons for which these more outcomes had not been accomplished. And I would not want to go into the reasons why, because our intention, our priority is not the blame game and not to quarrel, especially at this very sensitive phase of the effort to revive the political process. The main reason is the obstacle that we have been faced with all along, especially after 2020. Because when the last effort for a comprehensive solution of the Cyprus problem was successfully concluded in Grand Montana, there have been attempts to revive. There were meetings until we had got to the point where the position of our counterparts had shifted from what had constituted the agreed context of the Bizonan Communal Federation, the historic compromise, as it is being described, to a two-state solution, which is the obstacle that we continue to be faced with today. Yet, despite this difficulty, and conscious of the problems that we would have encountered, which we are encountering, we have undertaken initiatives because we knew that the alternative would have been to do nothing. And doing nothing would have meant a very serious deterioration of the situation, because as we have repeatedly said, lack of developments does not mean things remaining steady, it means things becoming worse. That is why we have undertaken, and we are very glad that the UN Secretary General also reaffirmed his commitment, his readiness, his decisiveness, and in this context, he has appointed a personal envoy. She has carried out the first phase of her mission until the summer of 2024. As you will recall, the immediate renewal of her appointment was not possible until the UN Secretary General invited a meeting between the leaders of the two communities in October last year, in which, among others, it was decided to renew the appointment of the personal envoy and then to hold meetings in a broader format that brought together, beyond those directly involved in Cyprus, also the rest of those directly involved and who need to be at the table to discuss the possibilities of charting a way forward for the Cyprus issue. We've held two meetings, one in Geneva in March and one in July, in which we've decided trust-building initiatives, as you have mentioned, and we've decided that there will be a next meeting in an enlarged format before the end of the year. Now, as we all know, there is an upcoming process in the Turkish Cypriot community a few weeks from today, which will have a very, let's say, will be a very significant moment in terms of providing more clarity with regard to the prospects. So what is necessary at the moment is to handle this very sensitive last phase with due care and see whether the steps that have been undertaken in recent months are going to work by reinforcing, reopening the door for a resumed process that will have a possibility for a successful conclusion, preserving what had been accomplished in the previous effort that had been concluded in Grand Montana, what we call the acquis. And of course the basis, the prescribed basis of a bizonal bicommunal federation and the acquis, and therefore a focus should be given in a renewed effort on how do we ensure that we cover the remaining distance.
And just press on a little bit to say that how can we open the door if we can't open a crossing point? And I'm saying that because if I kindly could ask you to give us a little bit of an update on, if you can, on the specific progress on some of the CBMs that have been decided. Do we have progress? Is this progress a prerequisite for taking things to the next phase? And what are the immediate prospects?
No, they are not a prerequisite. There will be, next steps will take place. So the next broader meeting is going to take place before the end of the year, irrespective of how things are in the implementation of the trust-building initiatives that have been decided. From those that have been decided, we have put on track for implementation the restoration of cemeteries, the establishment of the Technical Committee on Youth, the initiatives on, in the field of the environment, and we still have to work on the issue of the photovoltaic plant, some initiatives in the area of the recycling of microplastics, air pollution, and also the implementation of the consultative body for the civil society. We have made an effort, and it had in fact came very close in New York for finding a breakthrough for the opening of additional crossing points, and there was an engagement on behalf of Turkey for a long pending request of the Greek Cypriot side for the opening of a crossing from Athienu via Piroi to Aglanca. But the way, the methodology through which it had been pursued, let's say, had not in the end contributed so that we would have had an outcome, and it would have been much more helpful if the approach was more constructive on behalf of our Turkish Cypriot interlocutors as well, because beyond that crossing point, there was also an alternative option to open one for pedestrians as a first step in the walled city of Nicosia. But on the issue of how can we expect politically substantial steps forward when there has not been progress on attempts that we have made on crossings, I believe that the approach should be the other way around, meaning that the obstacle should be a reason to redouble the efforts, not a reason for us to reach the conclusion that because we have not been successful until now, the bigger effort should be abandoned. On the contrary, we should reinforce our attempts so that we can achieve outcomes on this, but also on the political substance, which has always been and should continue to be the main focus.
Thank you very much for this positive spin, and thank you for explaining the reasons why from your side the end result remains, irrespective of why, that we have no progress as such. Niazi, how did we end up here? If I may turn to you with that, and also hopefully with extracting some initial suggestions as to what might be a way of moving forward from exactly what you're going to say were the reasons for ending up here.
Well, actually, first of all, let me clarify about where we are staying now. It's exactly where we were standing in 1944 when Cyprus question the first time was in the UN, and first time Cyprus has been an issue, international issue at the UN. actually since 71 years, we are actually staying there where we were. The discussion was always about who is the sovereign, who has the self-determination right, what about power sharing, and all these questions are still there as we were at the first. Of course, 71 years told us something, and should told us something. What can we learn from Cyprus conflict? What is feasible, what is not feasible? What Cyprus conflict taught us, and should taught us so far. Now, there are certain things which cannot happen when we talk about Cyprus conflict. First thing is, you cannot get Cyprus united with Greece. Second thing is, you cannot have a unitary state run by Greek Cypriots with a Turkish Cypriot minority. Third thing is, you cannot get Cyprus divided in a legitimate way. You cannot have a two-state solution as a legitimate basis. All these are certain clear evidence what history put us in front, what can we not achieve, and what should we learn and turn our attention towards the feasible. The feasible is a common destiny, shared destiny, sharing power and sovereignty in a politically united Cyprus. That is our destiny. Now, when we come to this point, which is within a realm of federalism, to share power and run the country together, understand that our future is based on a common destiny, we are having several obstacles. And these are ideological, political obstacles because the political elite's culture is not responding with demands of historical process of the Cyprus conflict. The history clarified that we cannot achieve certain things. If you are struggling for a two-state solution, for example, it's just waste of time. If you struggle to have a federal state, but Turkish Cypriot not to have a right of effective participation in decision-making process, you are wasting time. So we have to somehow clarify what is not possible and concentrate actually into what is feasible. And feasible is a settlement within a federal principle. Now, second thing which I see as a very big obstacle is that the status quo, out of the status quo, certain interests grown out, and there is a conformism on both sides, identifying falsely with the status quo. There is no urgency to change the status quo because there is a conformism for different reasons on both communities, on both sides. And this is another... Something wrong? Thank you. Do you hear me better now? Okay, sorry. Okay. All right. Now, when we come to this, we are seeing a kind of clash between our historical orientation on the one hand and our political response towards this historical orientation. And we don't make this step towards, we don't put a general will on the agenda for a federal Cyprus by sharing power, etc. On top of this, we have a status quo, which actually is hidden with certain interest groups on both sides, which they tend to see the status quo a kind of second-best solution, which is totally wrong, but still is around. Now, looking towards the future, I will say this. Recently, there is a geopolitical antagonism added to Cyprus conflict. There is a geopolitical antagonism going on in the region which goes through Cyprus, and I mean very clearly between Israel and Turkey. And I think this is something which cannot really last for a long time. So that may be a game changer in the near future, because not something sustainable within the Western family to have such a tension between Western partners and allies in this island. Of course, that it's a time of, it's a question of actors, because Cyprus conflict, the solution of it goes much beyond than two communities' willpower. There are directly involved actors, Greece, Turkey, Great Britain as guarantors, And they will, of course, arrange their interests and decide when they're going to show a will to compromise. It may take time. What do we do in between, from now to that day we are looking for? We have to think of community building measures, not only confidence building measures, community building measures, people's associations in the civil society, more integration of the people in common spaces of culture, economy, even politics. Because the European Parliament elections showed us that we can also cooperate at the political level in a common political space. First time we had this cooperation, and someone like me managed to be in the European Parliament. So we have to look into all spheres, culture, education, economy, and create associations of peoples. Confidence building measures or technical issues, like one ethnic group is given something to the other ethnic group. No, it's not what we want. We want intercommunal activities and common spaces. And that is something we can really build up our future. Thank you.
Well, many thanks for this positive spin, because I was starting to lose hope in the sense that if you combine what's happening geopolitically in the region with what you described as vested interest and other local reasons, with perhaps also, if I understand it correctly, Mrs. Olgin has said that the BBF cannot be a basis for discussion anymore, then I was getting exceedingly depressed. But thank you for bringing it in, because this is something that I know lots of people have been working on connectivities between the two communities on the island, beyond the CBMs, as you say, on what we could call beyond CBMs, linkages between the two communities at the local level, or to put it differently, measures that should be focused on things that need to be done irrespective of the solution of the Cyprus problem. Thank you for bringing in earlier on the issue of microplastics, for instance, or environmental cooperation. You might have seen the research that I'm unashamedly putting together on our part, that the shores of northern Cyprus are the second most polluted in the world on microplastics, because of a combined way of reasoning for what's happening in the immediate region from Gaza to Lebanon, or a lot of construction activity in the north that is unregulated, the lack of access of international monitoring mechanisms, so on and so forth. So these are things, I think, and thank you for working on environmental aspects, which should be done, I think, and redouble our focus, as you say, on things that need to be done irrespective of a solution that might be escaping us. Now, an indispensable partner in all of this for many, many years, although this is a UN process, obviously, but the European Union has been very much engaged on a number of activities, running the Green Line regulation, obviously, a super important measure that was, at least initially, devised to be a facilitative mechanism before at times becoming a more limiting one. We can talk about this if you like. Certainly supporting activities locally that, as I say, need to be done anyway. But as of the last few years, the EU has been involved directly, indirectly, voluntarily, or less so, in the negotiation process as well. Sometimes with a physical presence, sometimes with a nearby presence, sometimes without. But there's certainly a view from Brussels. And so thank you for being here with us to share your views on the views from Brussels, excuse the pun. See where things stand beyond the usual take, positive or negative, the usual just bashing for the sake of bashing of the EU. What is a constructive take of the EU, where things stand, supporting a process that, as I say, is otherwise a UN process? I don't think the EU wishes or can take the process over to the detriment of others, but still. So could you kindly tell us a few things on what the view from Brussels is, where we stand, what other steps could be taken perhaps in the direction of revisiting some of the things on the line, like the Green Line regulation or other initiatives? So with that, Julia, to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and indeed the view from Brussels, but also from Nicosia, because as you know, we are very much present here with my staff on a daily basis. One thing that I wanted to say, and I think is never said enough, the good news is that there is a UN process ongoing, and this shouldn't be underestimated. We haven't had a process for many, many years, and I think it would be really unwise not to take advantage of it, especially in this situation. We know Guterres himself is very much engaged. We don't know if his successor will be as engaged as he is. Don't forget that he's the second attempt that he's doing. And yes, it's true. Many times when you go around and we speak, there is tiredness, there is disappointment, fatigue about processes, etc. And this is totally understandable. Many people on the island and also in Brussels have been through all these processes. But let's not forget that each of these experiences has brought more wiseness, so we can learn from the mistakes done in the past, and maybe this time it can be successful if we all work towards it. What is the role of the EU? I think our commitment is extremely clear. We have the engagement. We are here on the ground on a daily basis, and what we do here is not just carrying out projects, but we also discuss with both communities to find common ground and to smoothen misunderstandings, and to also bring to each other's side the more understanding of what the other communities' views are, which is very, very important, and I will come back to that in a moment. The commitment of the EU has been, of course, reinforced by the appointment of Mr. Hahn as a special envoy. This is the first time in our history that we do that, and this is also shouldn't be underestimated. It's a political appointment. Is a person who has been a commissioner for many years, and he, by the way, has quite a good record in solving very complicated issues. So I think we are very well placed as far as all the instruments are concerned. One thing I wanted to say about the negotiations, what we observe on what could be done maybe better and more, is the ability to compromise, because we all know that we never get to an agreement if one position is here and one position is there. You have to find something in the middle, and to do that you really need to put yourself in the shoes of the others. And what we observe sometimes is that there is a lack of knowledge and a lack of understanding. No country, no community can be built on the basis of misunderstanding and on the basis of the basis of an agreement which is one position prevailing towards the other. As far as the confidence building measures are concerned, we have a very positive example of cooperation between the two communities, and I also want to stress that because there are many people who are very much engaged, and for that we are very grateful. We are working with a lot of extremely courageous, engaged, and positive people on both sides. We work on the Green Line trade because we believe that trade can build not just economic ties between the two communities, it makes a lot of sense in economic terms, and but also build the human ties. I mean, Europe was built on this. I can stop here and come back to...
Please, thank you. I will come back to you, pestering you on some of the future issues. But with that, I think it's important to bring in a different but hopefully complementary perspective. We're very lucky to have with us Marvin Susse, who's both a historian and a political economist, and in this case, an expert on the Irish case. I'm interested in that because I think we can learn from each case, both positives and negatives. A point that we sometimes make is that it's important to deconstruct the uniqueness of disputes, because if you deconstruct the uniqueness, then you also deconstruct the sense of intractability. And so the Irish case has been a resounding success in many things. The fact that it happened to start with. Critics would say that now it suffers a few drawbacks that might be detrimental to its good nature, perhaps even existential. But let's try to have a realistic but principled take on what the experience is in Ireland. How can we replicate this in the positive way here, and perhaps avoid some of the mistakes?
Thank you. So, yeah, as you've emphasized, of course, each historical case is unique, but I think nonetheless, from the complexities of those cases, we can draw some potential lessons. And it's worth bearing in mind that the Irish case, while the troubles were ongoing, was held to be one of the most intractable conflicts in the world, and it was at the time held to be the longest running violent conflict in Europe after the conclusion of the Second World War. Right? So just to set the parameters a little bit, so when we talk about the conflict in Ireland, you have to remember that the island is divided between two entities, two jurisdictions. The south is the Republic of Ireland, and the north has a certain degree of autonomy, but is essentially part of the United Kingdom, right? And the conflict surrounded largely, but not exclusively, around the fact that within Northern Ireland there are two communities. So one community that identifies as Irish and wanted to be part of a unified Irish state, another community that identifies primarily as British and wanted to be part of the UK. Those divides, they also correspond with religious divides, with the pro-UK faction being Protestants largely, and the Irish faction largely being Catholic. But it's not a conflict that should be read in religious lines, right? It's an ethno-national conflict that we're talking about. So I think a few lessons that are worth bearing in mind. So the first one was, if I were, as a historian, to date the start of the Irish peace process, right, I would say it started in 1985 with the Anglo-Irish Accords, right? And this was extremely important because what it did is it allowed the governments of the UK and Ireland to be on the same page, which then redefined this as a conflict not between Britain and Ireland in a wider sense, but as an intercommunal conflict within Northern Ireland that could be solved by the communities within Northern Ireland. Right? So it gave them both an impetus as well as the tools to solve the problem, right? And that's very important. So that's the role of external powers in that case that I would emphasize. The second, and maybe that is the most important lesson, a lot of the work that I'm doing is looking at intercommunal cooperation within Northern Ireland over the long run. And the way that we do this is we measure this by looking at intermarriage rates, right? The degree to which people from one community marry people from the other community as a way to measure intercommunal cooperation. Right? And what we can then do is we can say, okay, how does this depend on the macro-political peace process in place? You know, is it the fact that first you have intercommunal cooperation and then you have the peace process, or is it the other way around? You have a peace process and then you see an increase in intercommunal cooperation. Right? Now, what we observe in Northern Ireland, I think quite clearly, is that when the landmark Good Friday Agreement was signed in 1998, which provided for power sharing between both communities in Northern Ireland, there was very, very little trust and very, very little intercommunal cooperation between the parties concerned. Right? In fact, the parties trusted each other so little that some of the parties that were involved in the peace process did not even talk to each other during the peace negotiations. Right? They only talked through middlemen with each other. Right? Now, we may ask, okay, now why did they then, in the end, put their signatures below a piece of paper if they really continue to hate the other side, they continue to mistrust the other side? The reason is that the incentives were in place, right? That the situation was such that for both parties, for both communities, the status quo was no longer acceptable, and that any risk of moving to a new solution was outweighed by the cost of the status quo, right? So to be just a little bit more precise, what that meant is that for the pro-British, so-called the unionist side, it was clear that after the Anglo-Irish agreement, Britain would make deals with Ireland basically behind their back, right? That was how many Protestants saw this. That meant they were locked out of political control. If they wanted to regain political control, they needed to re-enter the negotiation process and agree to power sharing, right? For the Republican side in particular, those that were linked to Republican paramilitary and violent organizations, they had reached a military stalemate, right? And now it was dangled to them the opportunity to actually participate in formal legal power, right? And that proved to be very attractive and proved attractive enough for them to commit in principle to disarming and agreeing to power sharing with the other side. Right? So I think that's an important lesson. Now, the third lesson that I would want to draw out, and this kind of comes back to Harry's point about some of the intractability issues that still surround the process, right? Because the process is very much incomplete. And in many ways, I think that is unavoidable, because after the conclusion of the Good Friday Agreement, the process was derailed many times and was partially abandoned many times surrounding vital issues such as control over policing, the modalities of power sharing, in particular disarmament of paramilitary groups. Right? However, the reason why that was derailed was because the Good Friday Agreement was never clear on those things. And that was a good thing. Because if negotiators at that time would have tried to carve and settle those issues, black on white on the page, the agreement would never have been signed. Right? So there was an agreement to disagree and to fudge certain issues, right? Rather than an attempt to provide clarity on those issues. Right? And those issues then they needed to be sorted out later. Maybe a fourth point, if you allow me, and that is that when you look at intercommunal cooperation, so what we see in the data is that this takes an incredibly long amount of time, right? So we're now almost 3 decades after the Good Friday Agreement, and if we look, for example, at the rates of intermarriages between both communities, we've seen it has gone up from 98, where you're about 2% of all people that cross this divide, and now we're at 6%. Right? That's still a very low number in a society where both communities are of approximately equal size. Right? And if you look at the geography of those communities, they're still largely segregated. People live in segregated communities that are often divided by barriers, by physical fences, by walls, by gates that close at night. Schooling is almost completely segregated. Leisure, sports is segregated. Right? And this is despite 3 decades of peace building, right? So this is an incredibly long and incredibly arduous process. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm going to take this positively or negatively, but thank you for bringing in perspectives like the marriages. In this case, perhaps we could start in Cyprus by facilitating the life of those that have been married in mixed marriages, and the children's citizenships are in a little bit of a limbo, by way of suggestion. So let me go back to all of you with the Cyprus Forum 2026. We're in the same room discussing the same subject, but things will have changed. We'll have a new Secretary General in the UN. What a lovely opportunity to say I'm too new to take ourselves in this take. We'll have a I'm afraid deteriorating regional situation, because every year that passes you have new layers on top of the existing problems. We'll have good officers that will be struggling with the new UN situation, including financing. Hopefully not, but I'm afraid this will be the case. You have an UNFICYP that is now struggling itself down, if I understand it correctly, from 1,160 men and women to 798, is it? Trying themselves to make ends meet in the buffer zone with multiple challenges, and on and on and on. CBMs that I hope will be working by then, but good luck convincing certain people moving ahead with demining, for instance, and others, and with a renewed, if not final, situation on the possibility of joining Schengen. And that, I think, is going to be a little of a provocative question to all of you. Can we have a realistic take as to, is the discussion pragmatic or not? What are the requirements to have this discussion? What are the expected outcomes of having? Can it be done, if you like? And if so, upon which base and to the detriment of what, if possible? I'm hopeful that you're going to say that this is a realistic discussion we're having, that it's well intended and everything, but can it be done on the ground? I'm just at a loss, personally speaking, without seeing a barbed wire of a previous political person becoming the wall of a current political person. So with that, let me turn to you first, Manela, if I may.
Yes, thank you very much, Harry. I agree that the period ahead is going to be one with several challenges. And I will again make the point that I have made in my initial remarks, that it should be seen as a reason to redouble the efforts to ensure that we will do what is necessary so that we chart a positive path forward. Also, three brief remarks on comments that have been made in the discussion before. First, with regard to the UN and their position. To be fair with the UN, I think what should be said is that they've always upheld, and especially during this period of questioning the agreed basis, they've always upheld what is prescribed, and this has been made clear by the UN Secretary General, by the Personal Envoy, by all UN officials in all meetings that we have had, that the mandate is what is defined in the UN Security Council resolutions, and that is should not only be upheld because it's prescribed in the Security Council resolutions, because it represents a historic compromise, but also, in my view, because against the backdrop of what is happening of the surrounding environment, I believe that the message that we should take is that it constitutes the only viable path ahead for Cyprus and for all Cypriots. Otherwise, we run the risk of going down the path of what has been said before by Mr. Kiziliurek of Cyprus, having the fate of becoming a prey to the wider geopolitical contradictions, competitions, and fights over geopolitical influence in the region, which has been the reason for which Cyprus has found itself in the position where it is today in the past. So that is the first. The second, I have said it, I would like to reiterate it, trust-building initiatives, yes, they are very important. They are not a substitute. They are enablers so that we can have progress on the political track. And with regard to some other issues, such as mixed marriages that you have mentioned, there have been steps. We continue to take steps. That, again, I believe, is a characteristic example that eventually there will be a final settlement of these and other similar issues through a comprehensive solution. One cannot expect that we will end up having full normalization on each and every aspect without a comprehensive political solution to the Cyprus problem. And then with regard to the Schengen issue that you have mentioned, you would need to have someone who is an expert on each and every aspect of it to give you very detailed and specific responses as to whether it can be done, it will be achieved. But what I can share is that in principle, Cyprus should be pursuing each and every possibility and opportunity that it can accomplish and not be a state under restriction because it is facing a political problem. Because if this had been the approach, and we know that there had been objections and reservations and aspects that had been raised when Cyprus has undertaken the campaign and has submitted its bid for accession to the European Union. If this had been the case, Cyprus would not have been now a member of the European Union. And then I very much doubt, against the backdrop of what had happened in efforts for a solution and against the backdrop of the wider geopolitical, regional, and international environment, I very much doubt that it would have been possible today, without Cyprus being a member of the European Union, to continue to speak about the realistic possibility of reviving a political process with a prospect of success. So in principle, Cyprus should continue to pursue all possibilities, bearing in mind that this can be accomplished in a way that is accommodating all relative sensitivities and aspects. In other words, not question in the end this specific issue of accession to Schengen, not question, and I can assure you that this is the way with which we are approaching it. The status, the regime that is governing the crossing of persons through the line under the current circumstances. In other words, those that are entitled to cross through the line are going to continue to be able to cross even after Cyprus's accession to Schengen.
Then thank you, and I'm in principle happy you're approaching things in the right way. Julia?
So I start indeed from Schengen. What I can say is that all member states are obliged to join Schengen. Is not an option. It's like joining the euro. So there is a general obligation for all member states to join. It's a rolling process, the Schengen process. So member states adapt by the time. And there are several aspects of Schengen. I think what you were referring to and what Menelaos was referring to is also the Green Line, but there are other aspects. So I think what Cyprus is doing is working on across the board, improving its Schengen preparation in terms of IT equipment, etc., etc. As far as the Green Line, I mean, as a Commission, we are very clear that the full access to Schengen can happen only taking into account the specific situation of the island and also of the Green Line. And as Menelaos was saying, it cannot happen to the detriment of what is the current situation of the intra-island crossing, and it cannot be at the detriment of the reunification discussion that we are having. So this is what we are clear of, and voila, this is what I can share on Schengen. I wanted to underline another point that I think it was said before, is that is totally true, and we share it. A status quo is not a status quo, and a frozen conflict is not a frozen conflict. I mean, we see it every day, and I described many of the projects that we do in cooperation, but at the same time, of course, we face discrimination, we face obstacles. That's why our work here is filled with hours and hours of discussions, etc., etc. So this cannot be denied, and I think there are very close examples in this area that shows that you never know how a so-called frozen conflict can develop, and this should be putting a lot of pressure on everybody here, and I'd like to stress again that we shouldn't miss the opportunity which is ongoing, or lose time, because it's tomorrow something can happen and we may regret it. And one final thing that I wanted to say, maybe we are a bit more advanced compared to the situation in Ireland before the agreement, because we have a lot of cooperation between the two communities, and there is no inter-religious conflict, which is very positive. At the same time, a lot is missing in terms of reconciliations efforts. There is a lot of prejudice still going on, and I'm happy to see a lot of young people here, because I would expect them to be more active on this front.
Thank you indeed. Thank you for for our dear school children joining us. Wonderful. Nyazi, Julia talks about lost opportunities, and then you've talked about history of lost opportunities and failures. But yeah, briefly to you, please.
Well, as I said before, I think maybe for a comprehensive settlement, if a time comes, is something beyond Turkish Cypriot communities, is also involving other factors. We don't know when we will come with a decision to reach a compromise. We have seen this in 1959. Once happened, actually given that time, the geopolitical atmosphere in this period, it may happen again. But the question here is, what do we do in everyday life? And in everyday life, we have a lot to do, actually. I mean, there are some comparisons going on, it's good, but I mean, come on. We are, for example, officially a bilingual state, all right? And how many of us actually is using both languages together? Why not providing Turkish and Greek language in the schools on both sides? How about to organize cultural festivals, intercommunal cultural festivals, cultural spaces, economic spaces? But, I mean, we cannot wait with big powers to decide to solve the Cyprus conflict, as it happened in 1959, when NATO was involved, and then Britain, and then Greece and Turkey, etc. I mean, we have here every day to do something. Now, let me say one question. There is a very serious problem at the level of political establishments. There is a recognition phobia and a recognition mania. Everything goes around this recognition fear. Everything you want to do is named recognition. But let's put it, I mean, very straightforward. If you have a secessionist movement, a state, how the states are challenging the secessionist movement? By integrating the community which has a secessionist tendency. This is the basic. For example, Republic of Cyprus, as a member of the European Union, could have and should have to do much more in the field of rapprochement, intercommunal approach, rapprochement, whatever you call it. So I expect much more from the Republic of Cyprus, also using the European Union instrument as a member. I'm sure, why shouldn't we have a hospital or a common university, etc., etc.?
Really, really pressed for time. So, Marvin, in a word, if you could.
Yeah, just very briefly, as you've all emphasized, I mean, political processes with the lack of trust are very volatile, especially when there are geopolitical shifts. One way to counter that is to increase links, intercommunal links, but also, again, incentives, right? One very powerful incentive are our economic incentives, I think, and this was certainly the case in Ireland when there was a huge external shock in the sense of Brexit, right, which basically forced Northern Ireland to choose, do we want to be part of a customs union with the Republic of Ireland and the EU, or do we want to be part of the UK in terms of this? Right? And in the end, it was the very large extent of north-south trade across the border that then led to recognition in the north that, well, in the end, we really want to continue in a customs union with the Republic and with the EU, because that is where our economic interests lie. Right? There was not an uncontroversial decision, but that's in the end how it came down. So I would like to see more thinking about trade as well.
Wonderful. Let me then tag the very, very good work that has been done twice before by also Mustafa Besim, who is here, a dear professor and friend from the north, on the Cyprus peace dividend, a work that is still very pertinent, we've perhaps in need of update. But I'm glad that what the speakers have been saying paved the way excellent to the next panel, which is entitled Enhancing Collaborative Frameworks Across the Divide, that I think Fiona Mullen will be chairing. Thank you very, very much to the speakers for joining me here. Thank you to all of you for coming.
Dear guests, the next panel discussion is Enhancing Collaborative Frameworks Across the Divide. Please take your seat while our speakers prepare for the panel.
Meltem, Ella. Where's Theodolos? Ah, hi. Sorry. Gel, yes. Okay, Amalia is going to join us. She's running late, so we'll get started. Okay. Nadia, hello. We'll start at 3, which means we're running 10 minutes late.
شنو خراب منه؟ شنو لفكي؟ في استدامة مكتب. أنا كم يوم استاذ؟ لا خذوا جامعة وقت. أنا ما زال أساس. Live always open.
Okay.
Termina the snaps. Wait. I will make with my sign. You're gonna start.
Nadia, we're about to start. Where is it? Did he go? Theodolos, let's start. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this panel. My name is Fiona Mullen and I'm the Director of Sapienta Economics. I've worked on, for more years than I can remember, voluntarily and professionally trying to help put this beautiful island back together again. Our panel is called Building Collaborative Frameworks Across the Divide. the main idea is finding ways of cooperating more effectively, and we're going to do this in 2 rounds. So round 1, we're essentially going to identify some of the key problems on how it's working at the moment, based on the experience of our panelists. And in the second round, we're going to try and suggest some solutions. We've got quite a tight timetable. There's 5 people in only 1 hour, so we've basically got 5 minutes each. And I'm trying to do this so you can hear it, but I'm going to try and use a cuckoo clock that will go off at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you hear, it means you've got 30 seconds left, okay? So we're going to start. I will introduce people as we go in order to save time. We're going to start with Meltem Ornukan-Samani. She's a founding director of Cyprus Peace and Dialogue Centre, and also, importantly for this session, former coordinator for technical committees under Mustafa Akçı. So let's kick off with you, Meltem, with identifying the issues so far.
Yes. Thank you, Fiona. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it's deeply symbolic to speak here at Ledra Palace. For half a century, this building has been the one safe space where people from both communities could meet when politics failed. It has hosted thousands of dialogues and initiatives, reminding us of both what is possible and what remains unresolved. I remember being there when the Home for Cooperation opened, cutting the ribbon alongside Hara Makriyanni and the 2 leaders at the time, Mr. Christofias and Mr. Eroğlu. That moment, like this place, symbolizes both the fragility and the potential of our shared efforts. Today, we are asked to discuss how to enhance collaborative frameworks across the divide. My starting point is simple. The aim is not cooperation for its own sake, but a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus problem. Most issues we face, human rights violations, humanitarian concerns, daily hardships, stem from the unresolved Cyprus problem. Without political reconciliation, real trust is impossible and cooperation remains fragile. Even when leaders agree on confidence-building measures, implementation is never guaranteed. Any conversation about collaboration must be situated in this unresolved reality. For 60 years, the 2 sides have lived with non-recognition, parallel institutions, and stalled negotiations. This shapes even the grammar of cooperation. Leaders, not presidents. Coordinators, not ministers. Communities, not 2 sides. Protocols differ inside the buffer zone, and agendas can collapse over a flag on a nameplate. Because of this abnormality, even basic cooperation is uphill. When it works, it succeeds despite the conflict, not because of it. That is why frameworks, civic, semi-official, official, must be designed with this friction in mind. Since 1968, the talks have been the longest running negotiation of our lifetimes. We reached people directly in 2004 with the Annan Plan referendums and came close again in Crans-Montana in 2017. Even when high politics stalls, people's needs do not. That is why collaborative mechanisms are not add-ons. They are lifelines that keep channels alive, lower temperature, and prove that cooperation can deliver. Technical committees are not mini negotiations on sovereignty or on chapters of the negotiations. They are pragmatic tools to ease daily pain points caused by division, crossing difficulties, cultural heritage, environmental risks, health emergencies, cross-border crime, and educational and cultural misunderstandings that fuel prejudice. Their purpose is twofold: to ease life for ordinary people and to build trust that prepares communities for a solution. When I was appointed coordinator in 2015, I also co-chaired the Education Committee. I believe these committees could help not only solve daily problems and build trust, but also cultivate a culture of federation. What I saw inside taught me hard lessons. If you fail to cooperate in moments of crisis, you create distrust. When committees could not agree on firefighting mechanisms, in case of fire, for example, or a synchronized health response during epidemics, and instead you close the crossing points, people lost faith. Instead of building confidence, the absence of cooperation deepened suspicion. When leaders empowered them, committees delivered. When leadership sent mixed signals, they became polite, over-minuted waiting rooms. In the Education Committee, I hoped we could promote federal culture and explain to students the basics of the bizonal bicommunal federation with political equality, which was the only one agreed by all sides on the table and negotiated. I was perhaps a little naive, as I was told that is political and committees committees should not do politics, are not allowed to do politics. That was the moment I realized some decision makers were not serious about federation because they were not rushed to prepare their communities or the younger generation about it. Yet committees can deliver. The best example is the Imagine program, devised in the Education Committee together with the AHDR. We persuaded both educational authorities to circulate it to schools, officially allowing participation. Thousands of students, hundreds of teachers, even headmasters took part. Educational policy leaders were indirectly engaged. This was a breakthrough. Civil society organizations like AHDR, that I was co-chair on there until 2015, could not enter schools directly, but through the committee, we could. This proved committees can reach mainstream institutions if and only if officials give permission. But fragility soon returned. When leadership changed in the north, the program was stopped. One excuse was that the AHDR is registered in the Republic of Cyprus and not equally under Turkish Cypriot control. This was a challenge I faced throughout my involvement in the AHDR at the buffer zone. Its achievements were immense, but its structure left it open to political attack. That is why, after 2020, I registered another civil society organization in the north, while keeping it, Cyprus Peace and Dialogue Center, bicommunal. This allowed cooperation without such a vulnerability and gave us more autonomy to deal directly with the root causes of the Cyprus problem. Is it more than 5 minutes? I made it.
The cuckoo.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Meltem. We're now going to move to Amalia Avram. She's a lawyer with Michael Kyprianou, Vice President of the Youth Board Cyprus, but in this context, she's also co-chair of the brand new Youth Technical Committee, which has had a bit more, let's say, PR than some of the others. So let's give us your thoughts. Thanks.
So, hello everyone. I'm going to talk about our newly established Technical Committee on Youth. As you know, it was decided back in April 2025 after the leaders' meeting with the Secretary General, and we are operating since last May 2025. We had our very first event back in July 2025, which I must say that it was very successful. We had over 120 participants. But what made very successful our event is that we achieved a little goal of what we want to do. We saw new faces coming to bi-communal events, and it was something confirmed by other participants also. It wasn't the usual suspect that attend the bi-communal events that I attended in the past, but we had new people coming and talking to Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots for their very first time. And I think that this was a result from the structure of our committee. The members of our committee come from different backgrounds, different ideologies, different fields, and they encourage their circle and use their social media platforms to make people know about our event and encourage them to apply and get to know our committee and our mission. What makes this committee for me very special is that, first of all, it's an entirely youth-led committee. We have a new generation taking the lead. We have fresh perspectives. And I must say that our committee is less technical than the rest of the committees because we engage directly with the civic society and the young people because our mission and our mandate is to make people join us, and especially the youth, to understand our mission and join us in this effort for trust building, understanding, and collaboration for our island. What we try to do is that we want to have different themes every time that young people are interested in, like the environment, sports, technology, so they can not only create personal relationships, but exchange ideas and opinion on different matters that they are interested in. So not taking it into the political aspect, I can say, but maintaining it less political and more practical, we indirectly letting young people know each other and understand that in many occasions they are on the same page, but also they have different opinions on other matters. One thing that is a bit confusing about the technical committees, and I get this question a lot from journalists, is that we are not negotiating bodies. We do not meet and discuss about the Cyprus problem as such. We are in the aspect of the Cyprus problem in general, but we do not discuss it in our meetings. And we engage directly with the civic society, and we try to make people know each other and build this trust that was maybe lost during the years. So I think that this is very important and we should not underestimate it because in my point of view, every decision must come from the ground up. No political solution must come without the concrete and the solid basis of the civic society. I mean, there are people that they may never had experience to talk with the Turkish Cypriot or Greek Cypriot, something that we saw at our very first event. How can they collaborate on a political level? This is very important, and this is why we should not underestimate the technical committees. And I think, in general, our committee is a real-life example that with transparency, openness, and inclusivity, there are so many bridges to build, and I am very optimistic, and I should be optimist in my 26 years about this project and our mission.
Bravo for doing it on time as well, thank you. We're going to be talking about doing things from the ground up later, but let's get the views now of Theodoros Ioannou. He's in the office of the negotiator, the Greek Cypriot negotiator, you probably guessed from his name. So let's see what you have to say.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you very much to all involved in putting together the Cyprus Forum, giving us the opportunity, and also all of you here today. My job here has been made easier because those who've spoken already have touched upon a number of issues. So what I wanted to stress is that although the effort is always to insulate the work of the technical committees from the general atmosphere, if the atmosphere is such that would negatively affect them, this is not always possible. That's something that we need to bear in mind. And where the technical committees actually work, focusing on technical considerations rather than political, then they are effective or most effective in achieving their goals. From the outset, their work began in 2008. Gradually, there are now 13 technical committees. Following the 8 July 2006 agreement between the leaders, the role of the bicommunal technical committees is to work on issues that affect the day-to-day life of people. All of the members of the committees, Amalia herself here, are appointed on a voluntary basis. And they participate informally on their individual capacity. Their work, I'd like to stress that it's to respond to basic humanitarian needs of people and alleviate the conditions that the people face as a result of the political and security situation on the island. I feel that there's a few examples. The recent event on the 11th of July that the Technical Committee on Youth, it was the inaugural event of the Technical Committee, held just outside here with a large number of people. Of course, usual suspects are always good to see, but being a rather horizontal technical committee covering a lot of, being the Youth Technical Committee, as Amalia said, covering a lot of matters from the youth perspective, seeing all of the new faces present here in July was a very, very welcome sight, giving the opportunity to young people to build those bridges of trust, that opportunity to communicate. That's a very good example of what the technical committees are for. And I feel the important thing from a positive perspective of what the technical committees were set out to do is to look at the results, to look at that product. Churches and monuments are restored. Cultural artifacts were exchanged during the history of the technical committees along these 17 years. Medicines urgently needed are provided. I think the moment when the Greek Cypriot co-chair of the Technical Committee on Health gets to positively respond according to availability to his Turkish Cypriot interlocutor to provide something that someone might urgently need in an ICU or whatever, saving a life, I think that's a job well done. That's the Technical Committees achieving that goal, building those bridges, or maintaining those bridges. So crossings of millions of people being facilitated, I think that helps reestablishing the connection of the people with our homeland, paving the way to reunify our island and our people. For me, to take an approach, often the criticism is how well some committees work, how well other committees work. If that committee was able to achieve results, if the other committee was not able to meet as often, that I feel compartmentalizes the work of the technical committees. I prefer to view them as in the broader sense, as a channel of communication. The goal is not to have events for the sake of events. It's good to have events. It's a good result. The projects themselves are not there for the sake of the projects. The ultimate purpose is to bring us closer to reunification. If they are able to do that, if they are able to communicate that, then they've been successful. If not, then having events for the sake of events has not proven to be a success unless it works towards reunification. So I'll keep the rest for the second part. And I've beat the cuckoo.
30 seconds early. Thank you. I would say it would be good if more of us heard about things like the critical medicines and so on. I mean, some of the work done by the technical committees is really good, but it's kind of hidden for deliberate reasons. And then, so who actually benefits if no one knows about it. But anyway, technical committees is not the only form of cooperation we've had. Nadia, I think you're going to be talking about lessons from more generally what we've been trying to do, right? So, and Nadia is, let me tell you, Associate Lecturer in International and Comparative Public Law, School of Law at UCLan, Cyprus.
Thank you, Fiona. Hello, everyone. I am indeed a bit of an outsider to the technical committees in the sense that I've never been a member, but I have often depended on their work in order to be able to do my own research or to participate in any sort of bicommunal discussion. Let me start by saying that, and this is something we discussed in preparation here, humanitarian issues are very often at the core, but they're different from human rights. Human rights are legal principles that are applied through formal mechanisms. And I do find that very often the technical committees bump into this big obstacle that is legal formalism. Niazik Huzil earlier referred to recognition mania, recognition phobia. Meltem earlier referred to the different vocabularies that we have been using for decades now. And when you're trying to resolve a matter informally, it's incredible how many times you bump into this. On our side, we cannot use this term. On your side, you cannot use this other term. How are we going to resolve it? And sometimes it takes forever, but we have almost always achieved to find solutions. And I imagine this is something that happens within the discussions of the technical committees as well. As we have already heard, some technical committees have been more successful than others, some are more political than others, some face more difficulties than others. It's important, though, to speak honestly about these technical committees. I understand why we try to see them in a positive light. They're better than nothing. They are quite an innovation, as far as I know, in other similar conflicts around the world. But they do have shortcomings for which we have to be honest. People are not familiar with their work, they don't understand the extent of their work. Clarifications are of the sort that Amalia gave us are fundamental for society. Otherwise, if the technical committees remain technical and high level and within a specific group of people, they're not doing anything to actually reconcile the average citizens of each community. And to close the circle, but going back to human rights, a lot of the issues that technical committees deal with are interpreted through a human rights lens. So we need to strike the right balance because many of the human rights we are facing, whether it's the missing persons, whether it's the fires, whether it's health issues, they are common. The negative and the positive impact is common to everybody. And what better way of actually showing that we are on our each side, but actually many of the difficulties we face on a daily basis are common. Thank you.
So now we're going to hear from Christoforos Dimitriou. He's a legal counsel and has worked with EU law across the divide, which I think is an EU-funded project, if I'm not mistaken. But it's not a technical committee, so maybe we hear how other ways to do it.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Fiona. Let me also thank Nicholas Kyriakidis and the entire team at Oxygono and Cyprus Forum for inviting me here today. Indeed, I'm going to speak about a very informal collaborative framework. It was back in 2023. 5 people gathered from both sides of the divide. Oya, Hussein, Ino, Sabina, and myself. And thought that it would merit, it would be worth trying to organize meetings on European Union law topics, applied European Union law, and try to bring to those meetings technocrats from both sides of the divide. So we did this as a citizens' initiative, and we named it European Union law, EU law, across the divide. Now, some of you may think, may wonder, what is the use of having European Union law meetings across the divide on an island where EU law applies in one part but is under suspension in the other part? Indeed, this is what it is being provided for in the treaties, but if you look closer, you will realize that EU law already crosses the divide. The European Commission over the years has been doing a great job, in my opinion, sending experts, EU member states experts to the north to acquaint people with various areas of European Union law. They've done this with bankers, with farmers, and other sectors. And at the end of the day, local legal texts are being drafted in the north, and they are put into force, which are in alignment with European Union law. And this, in my opinion, is very important because it goes down to the root of European unification. European unification has used as one of its major vehicles over the years the approximation of laws, the harmonization of laws. Now, setting the rules and having rules with a similar content is one thing. Understanding them and applying them is another. Any compliance expert you would ask in any field, they will tell you that there is no such thing as 100% compliance. Whether you are a freelancer or a family business or an established corporate, and you want to be compliant in your field, you need to keep working on it continuously in order to bridge the gap between practice and the rules. And in this effort, it is very important for people to be able to cooperate with each other, to exchange know-how, to explain how they did it, how one company did it in one case and what challenges the other company faced. So these are the people that we are trying to bring to our meetings, people who are technocrats in their fields, and they want to be compliant with rules that have a similar European Union law content. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now moving to round two. So in round one, I think we heard a lot about technical committees primarily, but that how they can be difficult if you essentially don't get the political backing for achieving things. But that they can, you know, if you have, and especially when you're doing horizontal issues like youth committees, that those can be quite effective. So we're now going to go to round two, and I have put Christopheros back on the spot because your job now. We're going to look at suggested solutions for how can we improve coordination, cooperation on humanitarian and other issues across the divide. So if I can put you back on the spot, Christopheros, to elaborate a bit more on your experience there.
Yes, this is what I could do to speak a bit more about what we did so far with this citizens initiative, EU Law Across the Divide. We started with the banking sector, with people working in financial institutions or working with financial institutions. First, we had a very small meeting with 10 experts from both sides of the divide, and people exchanging business cards and starting discussing, as I said, very informally. And some ideas were put on the table, and at the end we ended with a conference on anti-money laundering, which was kindly funded by the European Commission through Civic Space, Civil Alan. And we are now trying to open a new similar series of events and meetings on consumer protection and product safety. Let me just mention, let's say, two takeaways from this experience. First, on the island there are communities, not just two communities. There are multiple communities. There's a community of lawyers, the community of entrepreneurs, the community of farmers. It is interesting that even in our very first meeting, people came there, people from the north, people from the south, and slowly within the meeting, lawyers were talking with the lawyers, bankers with the bankers. The lawyers were attacking the bankers, telling them that they make it very difficult to open a bank account for their clients. Supervisors were exchanging know-how on what to look for when a commercial bank offers a new product. So these multiple communities started to emerge. The second takeaway is that, I don't know, perhaps because of globalization, the circulation of information, similar challenges are being faced at both sides of the divide roughly at the same time. And I'm going to refer to another topic that we haven't touched upon yet as an initiative, environment. As a citizen, I'm very happy to see that there are environmental groups, environment protection groups that are being active at both sides of the divide. They're taking legal action against some land development projects that were not well thought through from an environmental impact perspective. We've seen it in Akamas, we've seen it in LAPTA, and it would be very interesting for such organizations to really come together and have an exchange on what they are being faced with at the same time, at both sides of the divide.
Interesting,
thank you.
So seeking other kinds of communities, not just, let's say, linguistic or ethnic ones. Good, Nadia, I think you've got some suggestions about how we do things better.
I'm not sure it's a very innovative one. I think it's one that I have met a lot. And that's the issue of transparency, to which I already touched upon. So let me start with this. Like in law, we have the reasonable man. As the average person, we think that they should act in one way or another, and so on. So I have this person in my head. Many of you.
Omnibus.
Huh?
Was he on a Clapham omnibus?
So one person I often mention in the in bicommunal events is my aunt who lives in a remote village. She's a real person. So for me, transparency exists if that person is aware of what's happening in the buffer zone. And most of the things we're doing in the buffer zone don't reach those ears, don't reach those eyes. It's not been discussed. So I think we should all imagine in whatever we are doing, in trying to collaborate and to promote collaboration and solve issues, to imagine the one Cypriot who lives in most remotely from us, in the most remote region, and see whether that person would have access to that information. So raising awareness raising among the general public beyond Nicosia for sure is fundamental, and it's been overdue for quite some time. And the other thing is, we shouldn't be afraid of the shortcomings, because we are working towards a federation. And as it was again mentioned in the previous panel, even when the Good Friday Agreement was implemented, the whole procedure stalled on multiple occasions. And we know this is going to happen. We know we're going to argue over recognition and vocabulary and rights and power. But we can already be learning from the work of the technical committees. And this is another reason why they should be more transparent, and they should be more open to discuss both the shortcomings and the positive aspects of their collaboration.
Good, thank you. So Amalia, I think the youth committee is probably one of the most prominent ones, at least in the recent months, even though it's the newest. And like you said, you've managed to reach people who other people haven't. So do you have any ideas or recommendations for how you reach the aunt in the, did you say aunt or grandmother? I forget.
Aunt.
The rural aunt.
Well, I must say that I also think that transparency is an issue that we face. And what we should do is that in our committee, we try to be as much open as we can. I mean, in our first event, we went with an open call to every young people that wanted to participate. Every time we take the opportunity to take a public step and talk about our work and our mission. And believe me, this is not very easy, because every time, and myself, that I make a public statement, it's like I'm in a process of an examination. I have to be so careful of my words and my vocabulary, and I should be, don't get me wrong, but it's a difficult path. But we should do it, because if we stay silent and if everything is hidden and behind closed doors and closed groups, then we do all this work for nothing. And we think in our committee, and we have it as a priority to be not only as open as possible, but that we should expand our work in all over Cyprus. I come from Limassol, and I must say that Cyprus problem is a bit of a Nicosia problem. I mean, it's not expanded as it should to other cities. We should be present in all of the cities of the island if we want to be transparent, and we want to let people know what we do and why they should join us. If they don't see our vision and if they don't know what we're doing, then how can we ask from people to join our mission and believe in what we are doing? I think that this is very, very important. And also, if we include the civic society, it legitimizes our action. I mean, because it's people-driven, it's coming from people. So it's first the people and then the institutions taking the lead and the actions. This is how I see it personally.
Thank you. So Theodolos, in July, when the two leaders met under UN auspices, they accepted the idea, if I'm not mistaken, of a consultative assembly. Maybe you've got some thoughts about how you think it might work. We've got thoughts that we're going to be developing after this as well. But
so yes, thank you, Fiona. Thank you. So this was a proposal that was submitted long before New York, or long before New York in July. So it was indeed the Secretary General announced in July that the leaders had come to a common understanding on a consultative body of the civil society. The idea, at least the idea as far as the proposal is concerned, is to provide a meaningful role for civil society engagement, bringing together individuals with a proven track record of civil society involvement from all walks of life. And the idea here is for it to be inclusive, not just an echo chamber of people who tend to agree with each other. Not that it's bad for people to agree with one another, but it's always good to have other voices also heard and have the opportunity for there to be a synthesis. And also not just the usual suspects. Again, the usual suspects always welcome, but also good to have new faces, new people. This has not been, I mean, at the moment, as a follow-up to New York, we're still looking forward to the opportunity to discussing these initiatives and our ideas of putting it together. So I wouldn't want to preempt or predetermine how this would end up looking. This is just how it was proposed. We've got a set of ideas that would be put forward to discuss before we're able to mutually formulate and accomplish this. So I think this is, although not under the technical committees, in the same environment, in the same geography as the technical committees, working side by side, bringing together people who have individuals with involvement in civil society, as a body who would consult, who would provide advice for the leaders for things to move ahead. I feel that that would be a very meaningful way of bringing people from the civil society closer and giving them the opportunity for their ideas to feed into the process. I wanted to touch upon, if I have a few more seconds maybe. Yeah. So touch upon, it's fair to ask for more from the technical committees. I think it's absolutely fair. But always, the results that we get is what we are able to get, not what we wish to get. And I mentioned tangible results like a church that was restored, a monument that was restored that you can actually go and visit. So the work of the technical committees is available for all to see. When the technical committee on economic and commercial matters is able to bring people together and create that economic interdependence, I think that's one of the most fun that touches up. I mean, following up on the previous discussion on working on building that economic interdependence, that touches upon the essence, bringing people together, bridging that divide, building those ties. I think that's absolutely there. Shortcomings, yes, there are. There could be ways, but I circle back to what I started with in my previous statement. It's important to stick to the technical rather than political considerations. That's what allows room for results. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know, Tim, I know because I've been working with you on it. We have other ideas about how you might cooperate and get things working, so which is not quite a consultative assembly, but something else. Go ahead.
Yes, I also wonder about how the idea would evolve in the near future. Well, all the experiences I mentioned the first round culminated in the most traumatic one, Crans-Montana in 2017. We came to the very edge of a solution, and yet it collapsed. Not because of the people, not because of the communities, but because of the word of one or the other leaders. It doesn't matter anymore which one, everyone knows. What matters is this: the fate of this island was left in the hands of a few men in a closed room, and we all paid the price. This is it. And that was when I became convinced civil society must be empowered to enter the peace process in a real sense, as they don't allow technical committees to do politics. For them, Cyprus problem is political. Even the concept of peace is political. You cannot use the concept of peace. You cannot use the federal solution, and that these claims comes from the ones, the politicians, who supposedly are vehemently advocating federation. Can you imagine? So at CPDC, Cyprus Peace and Dialogue Center, we try to put this conviction into practice. Together with partners, and bi-communal partners and individuals, we implemented various ideas and projects. One was the Embrace project. Through Embrace, we documented human rights violations that stem directly from the Cyprus problem. So we addressed the Cyprus problem in there and addressed them bi-communally and filed cases in both legal systems. This work continues, showing that civil society can not only diagnose problems, but also create remedies when official actors are paralyzed. But I want to go further. Civil society organizations alone are not enough. Citizens themselves must be directly involved, not as party delegates or community representatives, but as individuals with their individual capacities, randomly selected to represent the diversity of society. This is the idea behind our CIAP project, Citizen Assemblies for Cyprus. Because citizens are the one constituency both sides claim to represent. Giving them structured, inclusive voice creates pressure upward and legitimacy downward. Because complex problems need diverse intelligence, random selection stratified to reflect both communities and minorities and the vulnerable communities surfaces lived expertise you never hear in televised debates. Because process heals as it decides. Democratic deliberation methodology, if well designed, lowers prejudice, equal speaking time, moderated small groups, balanced evidence, and transparent recommendations. And there are further reasons. Assemblies can represent and can respect sensitivities by starting with community-specific deliberations. 2 rooms, 2 languages, before merging into joint discussions. This is the methodology we applied in the Imagine project. Monocommunal workshops, and then after they prepared, bi-communal workshop, and then crossing site visits. They can be consequential, not symbolic. If leaders commit in advance to formally receive, publish, and respond to recommendations within a fixed time frame, they would be grounded in solid evidence curated by a bi-communal task force and ensures balanced and accessible materials. They can feed directly into technical committees as well, ensuring that citizen proposals translate into practical action at the technical committees level. And most importantly, they can rebuild public trust in the peace process. When ordinary people deliberate, society feels ownership, and leaders are pressured not to arbitrarily simply walk away when they want to. This connects to the urgent need to redesign the peace process itself. We cannot return to the same format of endless, open-ended talks. As my colleague Tufan Erhürman, who is currently running for the leadership, often says, no one will agree to return to a table that is not results-oriented and time-framed, and this time the status quo should not be an option. And he refers to directly the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres' wordings. And Cyprus Peace and Dialogue Center, together with Apophazi Irinis, maybe you heard about it, if not, please check our website, has already outlined such a new framework, and at CPDC we continue to work on a process with clear consequences, maybe backstops as well, and arbitration mechanisms where necessary. Only under such conditions can negotiations be credible again. I mentioned about my dear friend Tufan Erhürman because he is the one that everybody invested their hopes. If he would be re-elected, then the talks would resume. But even if Tufan Erhürman would be elected, we need to take the message that nobody would return to resume the talks with the same modalities that we had for the 30, 40, 50 years long. So let me return to where I began. Collaboration is valuable, but it is not the goal. Technical committees, CBMs, civil society projects, even the most creative programs, none of these are ends in themselves. They are meaningful if they help us move toward the real goal, a comprehensive settlement. Without political reconciliation, there is no real trust. Without a peace agreement, we don't have peace at all. Some ask, do collaborative frameworks normalize division? My answer is, it depends what they deliver and how they are narrated. A cooperative mechanism that reduces harm, expands rights, and is explicitly linked to a comprehensive settlement path undercuts the status quo by making the benefits of convergence visible. A photo op without delivery does the opposite. That is why we must always pair cooperation with a political horizon, clear political horizon. We are practicing the future we want, a federation that protects equality, security, and dignity. Our island is small, but our problems are not small. The good news is that collaboration is not a miracle, it is a craft. We learned its tools in AHDR's workshops. We engineered its protocols in technical committees. We operationalize it through Cyprus Peace and Dialogue Centers, Embrace, and we are democratizing it through CIAP, Citizens Assemblies. None of these replace a comprehensive settlement, but each of them builds the road toward it step by practical step. Let us stop treating cooperation as a substitute for peace. Let us treat it as the rehearsal for peace, and let us demand that this time the performance is delivered. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been asked to wrap it up basically now, even though we started 10 minutes late, so I would love to talk about it more. I would just say one thing. We did a mini kind of attempt at mono-communal assemblies thanks to UNDP financing last year. The thing that really struck me was, and again, it was ordinary folk, let's say, not usual suspects. What really struck me was how grateful these people were being asked their opinion. They were asked to imagine that they were advising the government and that the government was going to implement what they said. So, and they were really grateful for being asked, and these were people from all kinds of different educational levels. So I do think this is something that we're going to be working a lot more. You'll be hearing about us from it from us anyway. But what else did I hear? Make it open. Informal collaboration is also good, especially if you have it on a people-first basis. Incentives are good. The EU has obviously been helping there. But we do need to redesign the process in a way that is, what did you call it? A rehearsal for the future. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. All right, I'm told we can start. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for making it to this panel at a very late stage of the forum, right? So you're the brave ones. Thanks also to all of you those that are watching us on YouTube. Together with my co-moderator, Bilun Gunes, I'm very pleased to moderate this panel. Diplomats, which is the organization I represent, together with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, we are the knowledge partners of this panel. Let me use this opportunity to thank Friedrich Ebert Stiftung for a great collaboration, a great support, really. Okay, so Diplomats stands for regional cooperation, stands for peace. I heard it was a lot about peace and regional cooperation in the previous panel, so we stay with the same topic here. We stand for a conflict resolution in the Mediterranean. Now, peace, regional cooperation is the focus of this panel today. You will agree, I guess, that the topic is very timely. Peace has never been such a high-hanging fruit in our region. At the same time, multilateral organizations that are supposed to implement, to advance this mandate of peace and security are challenged financially, politically, and then the same would go for civil society. It is not the right time to start a civil society project on mediation, peace, or conflict resolution. This is a very difficult time. So in this context, you know, if you agree that the military might cannot be the only game in town when it comes to conflict resolution, then you need to think about who is well equipped to advance peace and security in the region, okay? And there we come to regional organizations. You will tell me security and peace are not primarily in the core business of Mediterranean regional organizations. We'll talk about some of them today with our fellow panelists. You're right, but then the question is still legitimate. How do you use and how do you leverage the mandates of regional organizations to advance peace and stability? So this question is legitimate, and I think that the peace words, I think you say that it was a very political word. I have a feeling that it is even a taboo word very often in regional organizations now. So in this context, our objectives with Bilun for this panel is to use the opportunity of this panel to make those regional organizations better known to our audience, and also to challenge the regional organizations to do more. Maybe not necessarily those that are sitting with us today, but the sponsors of those organizations, the member states that are part of these organizations. With this, so the good news is that we not only have a very timely topic, everyone agrees, we also have a fantastic panel to discuss this. The bad news, as always in this forum, is we don't have much time to discuss it. So for the sake of time, let me very briefly introduce the panelists, knowing that you can always go on the website and check more thoroughly the bio information of the panelists. I guess no need to introduce Androula Vasiliou to this audience, very known to all of you, a vice president of Europa Nostra, a former European commissioner of Cyprus, in particular in the previous decade on education, youth, sport and culture. Marie-Claire, you're there. Marie-Claire Boyot is the senior energy and climate change expert at the UFM, Union for the Mediterranean, based in Barcelona, a very committed advocate for sectorial cooperation in the Med and how to leverage this cooperation. Alessandro Lamonica, you're the public policies manager at the Annalene Foundation. I guess the Annalene Foundation is known also to some of you. Alessandro, you will say more, obviously. And then last but not least, also someone that is very familiar to you, Hari Tsimitras. Hari is the director of the Peace Research Institute Oslo, the Cyprus Center of PRIO, and a member of Diplomeds, our organization for the panel. So with this, let me stop with the introduction and go directly to the discussion, maybe starting with a question to both Marie-Claire and Alessandro, starting with the basics maybe. Can you explain to our audience what do the Union for the Mediterranean, what do the Annalene Foundation do to contribute to peace and stability in our Mediterranean region, especially at this juncture, especially in the context of the conflict in Gaza and its fallout? So maybe the floor is to you, Marie-Claire. You all know that we don't have much time, so we go for snappy answers.
Okay, I'll try to make it short. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here with all of you today. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, the UFM is definitely not, a crisis response mechanism to the region. But I mean, to put it in short, it's an island of hope, like a beacon of hope within the region. It is the only forum where 43 member states sit together and continue to sit together. Actually, we had a meeting with a representative of Ministers of Foreign Affairs a few weeks ago, and we have a ministerial meeting coming up in November. So, I mean, we realize that it's not enough, but it preserves a space for all those countries to continue to discuss. So obviously not about the, the political agenda that's going on in the region and, some states there, but it leaves this door open for regional dialogue and not always bilateral dialogue only, and it's extremely important. We're here with member states of the European Union that are all represented individually there. We're here for all the Mediterranean states that, around the sea that are represented, and also Mauritania, with this space of dialogue. So, I mean, this is a huge opportunity that's not always used as its maximum, obviously, but that exists. And I think just for that, it helps stability in the region with continuous cooperation in sectors that it can happen. So there's, sectorial cooperation going on in the energy sector, in climate resilience, civil protection. I mean, there's a lot of discussions between the member states on that. There are common, action plans. There are ministerial declarations where all the member states agree to continue working on certain topics. And it's a path to stability. I wouldn't say it's a path to peace because that's more a political discussion, but it's a path to stability for the region. It's, it builds bridges between the north and the south, and between the member states of the south also. And I think it's very, very important to preserve that space. In addition to that, of course, the institution also is a convening power for discussions with civil society, with investors, with the private sectors, and also working to go beyond the region, you know, further south of the continent, trying to build bridges with Africa, also with the Gulf states. So there's a will and there's you know, there's power in this institution, and there's a small secretariat, I mean, based in a very nice location in Barcelona, that is committed, you know, to move forward the agenda of the region and to follow the pace of what the member states want to make of the institution. So I think that's, I would say.
Thank you.
So I think that Marie-Claire covered already some of the components of multilateral cooperation in the region. The Annalyn Foundation and the Union for the Mediterranean are sister organizations. We were born out of the so-called Barcelona process, started in 1995 to strengthen multilateral cooperation in the Euro-Mediterranean region. The difference with the Union for the Mediterranean is that the Annalyn Foundation, which is an intergovernmental organization, works with and for civil society. So our objective is to foster intercultural dialogue by working with universities, think tanks, specialized research centers, non-governmental organizations, and similar actors. This way we are very much complementary to what the Union for the Mediterranean does. We have the same member states in our board of governors, many of the representatives of the ministries of foreign affairs that are also at the UFM are present. This is better, definitely. Sorry. So there's a perfect alignment. We work at different levels. The Annalyn Foundation is the only regional organization that works for intercultural dialogue at the Euro-Mediterranean level, so it's quite unique. We do that in a vertical and horizontal manner. The vertical manner is by joining civil societies and the governments, because they are both part of our organization. The horizontal manner is to join the civil societies of these 43 countries. We work, of course, a lot on youth, for youth participation. We work for the implementation of the Youth Peace and Security Agenda of the United Nations, and also of the Youth Action Plan in External Relations of the European Union. So we are very much on meaningful participation of youth in policy and decision-making processes. Finally, a few years ago, we also established the Public Policies Unit that I lead, and we added a small break to what we do. So it's not only action, but it's also policy influence and policy advocacy. And I think that this is particularly relevant because having more than 4,000 organizations across the Euro-Mediterranean region, we are able basically to maximize, to benefit, to cluster this knowledge and bring it to the fore of policy discussions in Brussels and elsewhere in the wider Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Alessandro. Okay, so this is clear. So far, we're going forward with the typology of regional. We'll continue going through different regional organizations in the Mediterranean after the UFM, the Annalyn Foundation. We also have a number of organizations that are Mediterranean in their composition that are promoting sectorial cooperation. Some of you may have attended a panel this morning that was about the EMGF in particular, the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. That's one of them. So with you, Harry, maybe we would like to understand better the power of sectorial cooperation in terms of planting, of its potential to plant seeds for regional cooperation and peace. So how can that be leveraged in the Mediterranean? Harry.
Thank you, Manuel. Thanks. So two things, if I may. Let me go 30,000 feet up, as I usually say or do, and have a look at the place, but even beyond this region, and make a couple of general remarks that I think will boil down to the need for that. If I were to brand the whole endeavor, I would say that we need to have principled realism. So be realistic, yes, but also try to be principled, because at the moment I think we're going to see, if we delve into it, a fundamental erosion of what we took for granted. What I mean to say is that the whole rules-based international order, as we've been knowing it since the end of the Second World War, is dead. And it's dead because the whole endeavor was anchored upon the ability and willingness of the United States to underwrite the system, and now the US is neither able nor willing to do so. So in particular in problematic regions like this, in particular in the case of smaller states like this one, what do we end up with if we take away the principles and rules? This is the only thing that's been anchoring us to an international system that is otherwise very, very problematic. Yes, granted, we've overdone it with some of the legal rules, but anyways. So, point number one. Point number two, we're also going through a phase of the normalization of the exception and the legitimization of bullying. And if this is the case, again, unfortunately anchored by our very happy transatlantic partner, this also means that we desperately need to cling on to what we have or what we can in the form of multilateral fora in this region and beyond. Couple it with the crisis of multilateralism, the crisis of democracy, the crisis of electoral cases where electoral authoritarianism is coming up, plus transactionalism, and I think the case for the need to stick with multilateral institutions is very, very clear. On the other hand, as I think we've said before, cooperation is a little bit like cholesterol. You can have good cooperation and bad cooperation. So if cooperation is designed or ends up in being exclusionary, then I think it's going to be short-lived. So in this respect, we need to be, yes, pragmatic, but also principled and bring in frameworks within which countries can cooperate. I'm here then to make the case for cooperation in the sense that, in particular in the case of smaller, perhaps more vulnerable states like Cyprus, but not only, cooperative mechanisms are the only ones, I think, that can take us forward, both in a positive way, but also in a way that can make sure that delinquent behavior outside will not be tolerated. So with this, institutions like the East Med Gas Forum, problematic as it might be for 1,000 reasons, are better than not talking and not having frameworks within which, at least in principle, a discussion can be held.
Thank you very much. Harry, last but not least, we'll complete this first round of short interventions by you, Androula Vassiliou. With your experience as a commissioner, in particular on education, youth, sports, culture, I guess some of the things that Alessandro has put on the table resonate. So you know, with your experience, we'd like to understand how you see culture as a powerful trigger of peacemaking in this specific region.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. And it's a great pleasure to participate in this panel. Yes, being a commissioner for culture, youth, and sport was really a very rewarding experience, especially having to do with young people from very less privileged sectors of the society. For example, having to do with immigrant youth, Roma, and youth who came out of prison because of their criminal activities. I dealt with this group of people through culture and through sport. And I could see really the transforming power of culture and sport on these young people. And well, when we speak of peace, what do we really mean by peace? How do we start a peaceful process? By cooperation, as we all stress, by understanding each other, by respecting each other, by being happy. So through culture and through sport, we made these unhappy young people happy and peaceful. And we helped them to find a purpose in life. I will give you two very good examples of how culture transforms young people. The first example is the orchestra, which was set up by the Argentinian-Israeli famous conductor Barak Boehm, together with a Palestinian, at the time, he's now dead, but Dr. Said, who set up this mixed orchestra between the Israeli children and the children from the Arab world. And we all know what was the result. Thousands of children have been trained and have learned the peaceful process, being happy, being cooperative with each other. The other good example is El Sistema, going to Venezuela with Obre, who was an educator and a composer. He collected at the beginning 11 children from the slum area of Caracas. They practiced at first in a garage, and then gradually they grew to a full-fledged orchestra. And now we have El Sistema orchestras in over of 60 countries in the world, including Cyprus, which is a recent example. 2 years ago, they set up this El Sistema. And these children were able really to discover their talents. And some of them became famous conductors of orchestras, like, for example, the San Francisco orchestra was conducted by one of these children who grew up through El Sistema. I will say that I was very disappointed a few years ago here in Cyprus on the initiative of a Turkish Cypriot violinist and a Greek Cypriot musician had the initiative of setting up a bicommunal youth orchestra, and it was fantastic. You know, we as the bicommunal Committee on Culture sponsored a number of their events, and it was fantastic. But they had to stop because of lack of financial support, and we lost them. We miss opportunities which can really give opportunity to young people to get to know each other, to work together, to understand each other.
Funding, you see, we go back to the issue of funding. Yes. Always. Well, okay, so now that was the easy part, right? I guess everyone agrees, but now back to regional organizations. If you want to unlock the potential of regional organizations in the Med to advance peace and stability, you need to understand their obstacles, right? You need to understand their limitations. And there is a paradox. This is exactly when these organizations are most needed in times of conflicts that, these limitations come to the fore, that their intergovernmental nature can become a handicap when tensions among the member states can lead to self-censorship from those organizations or to direct outright paralysis. So Marie-Claire, Alessandro, Harry, does this make sense? Could you maybe illustrate some of those challenges or share some examples and maybe share already some ideas of how to overcome them? Maybe that's a good point of the discussion to introduce for the knowledge of our audience what's going on now in terms of the UFM going through a major reform and what has happened over the last years with the Anna Lindh Foundation going through a very systematic consolidation of its model. So maybe we start in the same order, if you don't mind, with Marie-Claire.
Sure, yeah. I mean, as you say, it's a huge paradox, especially for an institution like the UFM that only works on consensus. So every single decision that's taken in this institution is consensus-based by 43 member states. And I mean, I think all of you know the 43 member states that are in that region and that obviously do not agree on everything. So it's a difficult path to move and to manage. So as Emmanuel has said, with the new realities in the region and the priorities, I mean, there was obviously a need to reform the institution to make it work better, to make it more efficient and more impactful, and to still work in that consensual manner. So it's been almost 2 years now since the reform process has been ongoing. So looking at what are the priorities for the region. So to determine that, all the member states were consulted. So all 43 member states were consulted. What do they think their priorities are? And then finding, which one seems to be the most important one that they would like to work together on them at a regional basis, not individually, not bilaterally, either the EU with one country or one country with the other, but regionally. How do we respond to today's threats in the region collectively? So following that, there was discussions, debates, and very dynamic debates, I would say, between the member states, coming out with a strategy that a new approach was needed, an approach on looking at security. So not in the sense as security, as military security, but how do we reach security in the region in terms of water, in terms of energy, in terms of, resilience to shock, civil protection, things like that. So there was a consensus on all those large priorities that member states thought there was a path that they could work together, and that would lead to a I wouldn't use the word peace again, because I think it is controversial even in my organization, especially in my organization. So, and the way is there. So next month, hopefully, I think this reform will be adopted. Of course, it also led to changes within the Secretariat, with the priorities changing, with a new way of operating, with requests for more money. We always go back to the core of it all. And there is a paradox, but it's doable also. And some member states can agree also to work on certain priorities together, and others on other priority. And even if it's consensual, not everybody needs to work on everything together also. So there was an agreement also to move that way. So I think it's going the right path, and hopefully that's a way that we can make our institution more dynamic and operative with impact.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I would like to thank Harry for the lucid analysis that he just did of the international environment, and indeed it explains a lot of what is happening inside our organizations, the UFM and the Anna Lindh Foundation. Indeed, the crisis of the international liberal order and the fact that we live in an increasing multipolar world where power politics is the new normal is making the life of regional organizations that, as Marie-Claire said, are based on consensus particularly difficult. And indeed, especially after October 7, the Anna Lindh Foundation experienced to a certain extent some issues at the intergovernmental level. Just to make it very brief, we have a board of governors. In the board of governors, the representatives of the ministries of foreign affairs of the 33 countries are sitting and deciding together. They are all still at the table, so no one withdrew, and they are committed to continue. But of course, the increasing tensions and the fact that there is war in our region is not making things easy. One of the consequences is a certain degree of self-censorship on the end of regional organizations, and it has been the case in a few contexts, also for the Anna Lindh Foundation, and the risk to focus too much on what I would call low politics, so sectoral cooperation. Sectoral cooperation is key, but I think it's not enough, because it erodes over time the norms-oriented approach of our regional organization. Lastly, the fact that that's also the case of the UFM and the Anna Lindh Foundation. I think it's a good case study. We were born out of the same cooperation framework. We still have, to a certain extent, fragmented mandates and a little bit of competition. This is not helping, of course, in a context where crisis is so wide. Therefore, what are we doing at the Anna Lindh Foundation? Very briefly, I would say 4 main points. First, cooperate more and more with the UFM. So this is a commitment on both sides, looking for complementarity and the integration of approaches on many different policies, especially on youth. Second, as we might experience in the future some intergovernmental paralysis in our board of governors, to invest even more on bottom-up participation of civil society in our internal decision-making. So to have civil society as a resilience anchor. Just to make it very brief, together with the board of governors, so the governments, we have, of course, our heads of network. So in each country, in each of the 43 countries, we have a head of network that is a non-governmental organization. These 43 head of network participate in our decision-making and in the distribution, of course, of our activities and implementation. Third, to mainstream even more youth and education in our peace infrastructure. We are investing the more and more in supporting the youth peace and security agenda. For example, in October, together with the European External Action Service and Search for Common Ground, that is another relevant organization that works on this field, we are organizing the Conference of Youth Peace and Security on a global level. And last but not least, and that's why we created the Public Policies Unit, to scale up foresight and knowledge. So we really believe, of course, in evidence-based policymaking, and we believe that evidence-based policymaking can be an antidote to part of what is happening, especially if we look at transatlantic relations. Thank you.
Thanks to you. And Harry, obstacles, limitations of those organizations that are dealing with sectorial cooperation in the Med?
Both obstacles, but possibly also suggestions to move things forward. The short thing is wake up. I really we need to wake up in the sense that every day that passes with problems unresolved, add new layers to them, painting a matrix that it's very difficult, if possible, to tackle. Third, deal with what we can, because what's coming to us is going to be major. None of our important but small problems as they are compared to the bigger things coming to us as environmental degradation that is going to be hitting the very basis of our existence. Bear in mind that the East Med and the Middle East are, as per the UN, the #1 area on the planet where climate change is happening the fastest, and it's happening. So don't lie back and do nothing about it. Fourth, neither friends nor enemies are forever in international relations. And I'm afraid our transatlantic connection shows us the friends part at the moment. So, connected point, we can't take things for granted anymore in the way we knew. Try to keep the institutions that we have, because that's the only thing we can possibly cling on. Then, I'm not tired of saying this again and again. There is no such thing as a frozen conflict. Look at what's happening around us, from Lebanon to Gaza, from Nagorno-Karabakh to Syria, from Yemen to Cyprus. Nothing can be taken for granted. There's nothing as a frozen conflict. Anything can erupt, and then unfortunately what we had will look good. 3 ways of suggestions of moving forward. 1, this is something that we do a lot in diplomats, try to introduce the notion of connecting the dots. Connecting the dots geographically, what's happening in the East Med is affecting the West Med and vice versa. Unfortunately, we don't do that. We do good work in each of the two, but rarely establishing a connectivity. Also, thematic connectivities. Good work we do in energy, in migration, in human security, in water, in gender rights, but not connected. One is driving the others, and I think otherwise we're just prescribing painkiller medication rather than dealing with the root cause. Suggestion number 2, refocus from war and peace to things that can be managed on the ground. War and peace might elude us. Unfortunately, multilateral institutions dealing with it have been less than successful, but still important to have. But there are things that need to be done on the ground, irrespective of that, connecting to what we were discussing on the previous panel, things that need to be done on the ground, irrespective of a solution, be it environmental, gender, human security issues, and so on and so forth. And suggestion number 3, try to maintain what we have, not without being critical to it, including the European Union that we love to bash all the time. It's very problematic, it has lost impact, credibility, but imagine for a minute the world, our world without it. Same with the United Nations. Problematic to the core, but imagine what it would be without it. So let's try to support it as a matter of principle and not just dismantle it.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to my co-chair, let's complete this round. Andrula, you gave already some examples of how culture can be used and to advance peace and stability in the region. But maybe we can perhaps start with your own experience with Europa Nostra, in particular the Heritage Hub in Nicosia, because we were lucky to have you here. So maybe you want to say a few words on your experience.
Certainly. Well, Europa Nostra is the most representative heritage movement in Europe, with its wide network as its strongest asset, because it covers over 40 countries. It's not only the European Union countries, but all European countries. So in 2023, the European Commission, together with the European Parliament, decided to start a pilot project called the European Heritage Hub Project. And therefore, Europa Nostra was entrusted with the coordination of over 20 different organizations in order to carry on this work. And already Europa Nostra hubs have been created in Krakow, in Athens, in Lisbon, and now in Nicosia, Cyprus. The purpose of the Nicosia hub is to join the Eastern Mediterranean countries, and especially we're talking about NGOs, with the Middle East NGOs for the purpose of cooperation through culture and cultural heritage. And already we are very happy that we have connected with a number of NGOs in Egypt, in Syria, in Palestine, in Jordan, and in Lebanon. And they are very, very eager to work with us in order to promote heritage. And of course, I must say that we could not possibly aspire to become a bridge between Europe and the Middle East without forming a bridge between our communities, our own communities. Therefore, Europa Nostra hub in Cyprus, in Nicosia, has already 2 members on our board from the Turkish Cypriot community and a number of members as well. So, and the 2 representatives of the 2 communities of Nicosia, Mr. Brunzos and Mr. Harmanji, are both agreed to be supporters of our hub. So we are starting very well, and this week we have arranged already to have a Zoom meeting with several NGOs from the region to see on which projects that we have envisaged are willing to work with us, and in what way they can contribute. Now, all this is very easy to say, but the problem again comes to the finance, because already for our work in Cyprus, we have secured finance from the European project, but this cannot possibly cover, for example, cost for the traveling and the accommodation of NGOs from the region. So I'm looking forward to meeting with some of the regional organizations with the hope that they will be able to help in bringing in the project people from the area, because I am sure that through culture and cultural heritage, we shall be able to build up the foundations of peaceful coexistence and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. We have been discussing Mediterranean regional cooperation on the assumption that the Mediterranean remains a meaningful area for engagement. Yet the Mediterranean is not such a systematically administrative reality in terms of ministries of foreign affairs. And there are arguments that are signs of Mediterranean fatigue. Could we have 1 minute from each one of our panelists, if they could go into explaining how Mediterranean is still a valuable and relevant matrix of engagement, and why its potential should be further strengthened? Starting with you, maybe, Marie-Claire.
Sure. I mean, as was said, I think earlier by Alessandro also, the Mediterranean area is an area, and maybe not administratively, but it is somehow, anyway, de facto, through our institutions that are represented by the member states of the region. So it's the only, you know, we are the only institutions that represent the region, and this is something we need to cherish and that we need to use properly at, at the level of member states, with civil society, with the private sector. I mean, as I said earlier, I don't think we can afford the luxury of saying that, we're not together, because we are together in this. I mean, as Harry has said, we're also going to face challenges that, are already here from many of our countries. And that are going to be exacerbated with time. So we need to work together to find solutions together, because conflicts do not see borders, weather doesn't see borders, all those threats that are coming to us and that are already here do not have borders. And we do have all those common challenges that we need to tackle together. So, I mean, it's really important that we continue working together. And I think that most of the countries in the region agree on that in principle. So it's just finding the way to make it work.
Thank you. Harry?
A positive and a negative. The positive is, well, the negative is that we're united by the bonds of common suffering. So unfortunately, we have common problems, as you were saying rightly. There are certain things that can only be tackled through concerted action. Positively, there are some opportunities that can also only be seized off through concerted action. And so in this respect, when there is a will, there is a way. I don't think we have the luxury of sticking with what we had before. This can be either in the way of positive, let's say, using this broader area for the deployment, even for the good of Europe, of renewable sources. The only region that physically has the space to do so would be this. Reversely, in the case of migration and connected issues, if we don't do anything about it, then the hardcore of Europe that sometimes objects are going to be facing the outcomes of the pressures from climate on migration. So I think we need to look, A, at the region for the sake of the region, and secondly, for the region in its connectivity in positive or negative ways to other regions and concentric circles around it.
Andrula, yeah.
Yes. I mentioned before the next projects of Europa Nostra Cyprus. We have agreed on 5 projects, but one of them is really referring to the Mediterranean. The challenges in the Mediterranean and the effects of climate change on the environment, on the people, and on our culture. So this will be one of the major themes that will be discussed during the Europa Nostra summit in Nicosia next May. So yes, Mediterranean is something which is very important. It's our mare nostrum, and therefore we have to protect it and respect it. Thank you.
Alessandra?
So, I would say that the Mediterranean is an area of shared destiny. So history teaches that us a lot. We cannot escape geography. So the Mediterranean is going to be forever probably a strategic area for all the communities, cultures, and governments that sit around its shores. So that's the first point. The second one, if we look at what is happening in Brussels, where I'm based, on October 16, the College of Commissioners is going to adopt, hopefully, the new Pact for the Mediterranean. That's an evolution of the Barcelona process that I was referring to, and it's coming at a moment of crisis specifically to address together, meaning the 27 countries of the European Union, plus our strategic partners in the south and east of the Mediterranean, the crisis that we are living through. The Commission also created DG MENA, so a specific directorate focused on the Middle East and North Africa. That's another sign that this region is becoming more relevant and strategic for Brussels and European institutions. And third and last, if the international liberal order is fading away, maybe it is about time to invest even more in regional cooperation and in multilateralism across and around the Mediterranean. And one last thing is democratic security. So this kind of soft security that is not hard, it's not about defense, it's not about the military, but it's about our own democratic institution. It's a long-term investment, but it's by investing in civil society that we ensure that democracy is still a stronghold of our way of life, and this increases security for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have some questions from the ground? Yes, thank you very much for the panel and everyone. Thank you.
Dear guests, the next panel discussion is Powering Peace, the Bicommunal Solar Future of Cyprus. Please take your seat while our speakers prepare for the panel.
Can I? Hello, hello.
Everyone, please take your seats. We're starting now. Let's start right away because it's 4:50. Thank you.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this Cyprus Forum 2025 session called Powering Peace, the Bicommunal Solar Future of Cyprus. My name is Michel Vedren. I belong to the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy of the European Commission, which is today's session knowledge partner. And it is my pleasure to have here with me Mr. Fikri Toros, Turkish Cypriot politician from the Turkish Republican Party, and Dr. Haris Psaltis, a professor of social and developmental psychology of the University of Cyprus. So, before we start with the questions, I will make a short introduction about this panel. So, and I will start stating the obvious, that Cyprus is a sunny place. Cyprus every year has more than 300 days of sunshine. And it is basically one of the sunniest European countries, and it is comparable to places like the south of the United States, like Namibia, northern Chile, the Middle East. So there is plenty of potential. So unfortunately, and despite this abundance, it is not fully utilized. And I'm going to tell you what is the situation here in the island. If we look at official statistics of generation capacity of solar energy per capita in the EU, Cyprus is in the 17th position of the 27 member states. The first 3 positions are occupied by countries such as the Netherlands, Germany, and Belgium, which have about half the days of sunshine that Cyprus enjoys. Similarly, Cyprus is amongst the most expensive EU member states when it comes to household electricity prices. So according to Eurostat, in 2024, Cyprus was the second most expensive member state after the Czech Republic, with 36 eurocents per kilowatt. This is far above the 2 eurocents per kilowatt of Finland, or the 2.6 eurocents per kilowatt of a country that one could say is similar to Cyprus, which is Greece. A lot of this is due to the heavy reliance on international fuel oil, which comes to generate electricity, also to the energy isolation of the island, also to the fact that we need to purchase carbon emission trading rights and penalties because of the activities, the generation capacity activities. I think that, fortunately, there is widespread recognition on the island that an increased uptake of solar energy brings not only economic benefits, but increased energy security and stability. But this is not an easy thing, and it's not overnight that we can get to an increased uptake of solar. It requires significant investments in infrastructures and grid management, and it also requires a sustained investment in the energy capacity, continued installation of solar panels everywhere. This needs to go hand in hand. And then there is the technological challenge that we still need to address, that is, how can we align generation, which happens during the hours when the sun is shining and strongest, and consumption, which usually peaks during the hours when the sunshine is no longer there. So this is indeed a challenge, and we need to fully be prepared to maximize all our options that we have in our hands. And this includes collaborating with fellow Cypriots across the Green Line. Because in the current world, what we have heard before in this session and throughout the forum is that energy is no longer a resource. Energy is a tool for diplomacy, and it's a driver for conflict management. And this is precisely the idea behind the thinking of the European Commission when we proposed to the two communities the bicommunal solar power plant in the UN buffer zone. Could it be that just as coal was fundamental in the formation of a European Union back in the 50s, that we could help create with solar energy a peace project for Cyprus? This is the topic that we will be discussing tonight with our distinguished panelists, which I have already introduced to you. And the panel will unroll in the following manner. I will first address a question to our two panelists, individual, and then we will all address a common question. We will have final remarks, and then, if there is time, we will open the floor to questions. So I'll start with Mr. Fikri Toros. Mr. Toros, the Cypriot sun is a common good to Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. Why, in your views, is a bicommunal solar project a good opportunity to build confidence?
Thank you, Michel. Please allow me to thank Nicholas and his team for their very kind invitation to participate in the Cyprus Forum on the second consecutive year. It's a great pleasure to be here, Nicholas. Indeed, the sun is one natural resource that no division can recognize nor obstruct. It's ubiquitous, meaning that it is island-wide, it shines throughout the whole year, as Michel summarized, and the availability of sun power is unconditional. This simple fact of the Cypriot sun carries a profound political message as well. It is what nature offers to our common homeland, we must learn to harness without the slightest doubt or hesitation. It is for this reason that I firmly believe intercommunal projects alike create added value that go well beyond what either community could achieve on their own. A bicommunal solar park, particularly the one that has just been developed by the European Union, is a unique opportunity offering exactly that. And it is our ultimate responsibility to seize this opportunity. Let me outline why and also the reasons and the ways in which it can contribute towards intercommunal confidence. First of all, it's about shared benefit. Today, both communities rely heavily on imported fossil fuels. And these are very expensive, very volatile, becoming rapidly scarce, and dirty. A joint solar park would reduce costs for households, industry, tourism, and all other businesses on all parts of Cyprus. When people begin to experience these tangible shared benefits of renewable energy, and when people begin to explore the dividends of joint collaboration and cooperation, confidence will no doubt grow on its own. Let's have a look at a few intercommunal projects that we have managed successfully to put into implementation. The Mia Miglia bicommunal sewage treatment plant, which is governed by the two Nicosia municipalities. The interoperability project that enables GSM mobile phone operators cooperate with one another, enabling their subscribers to use their mobile communication devices across the whole island. The permanent interconnection of the two electricity grids on both sides of the divide. Today, whenever there is need for a supplement as a result of a fault, a technical fault or failure, the other
operator immediately compensates for the loss, and no Cypriot even notices that there's an issue associated with their own electricity board. And very recently, as you know, the protected designation of origin of Helium and Halloumi was also a very successful intercommunal project in full benefit of all Cypriot producers of this very important cultural product. So all these examples that I've just given are clear testaments of what intercommunal projects can do and how they can sustain and benefit all Cypriots simultaneously. Secondly, let's face it, it's shared responsibility. Climate change does not recognize buffer zones. Rising temperatures, water scarcity, extreme weathers affect all Cypriots across the whole island. And by managing a solar park together, both sides of the divide would share responsibility for the whole island's energy security, environment, and most importantly, decarbonization. This sense of partnership will strengthen solidarity, as it will enable us to see ourselves as partners and not as adversaries. Thirdly, it's about shared systems. Every solar panel installed, every grid connected, every kilowatt exchanged across the divide is more than just energy. It's a link of interdependence. And such interwoven systems are indispensable ingredients of federalism, federal partnership, as they offer both communities a stake in each other's stability and societal development. This is why the European Union strongly supports projects of this nature, for they create not only infrastructure, but make cooperation habitual. So the bicommunal solar park is certainly a very powerful confidence building measure, and it transforms the Cypriot sun into a bridge rather than a dividing line. It demonstrates in very practical terms that cooperation is not only possible, but also profitable, responsible, and necessary. Confidence building in any peace-building process is absolutely imperative. There is no peace-building process that has resulted in success without confidence-building measures preceding it. The case of Cyprus is no exception. The sun above offers a high impact on intercommunal confidence. Therefore, the two Cypriot leaderships must seize this opportunity to power our island, to power its sustainability and its resilience against the consequences of climate change. And last but not least, to empower the confidence-building processes that we all strive to pronounce, to deepen, paving the way to a federal partnership in the future of Cyprus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toros. Now, Dr. Psaltis, you are about to publish some very interesting research. According to this research that is about co-management of natural resources in the context of the Cyprus problem, it appeared that a majority of citizens saw the joint solar power plant that the Commission proposed in the UN buffer zone as the preferred option amongst several peace packages. Would you be able to explain a little bit what this research is about and why this was such an interesting result?
Sure. Thank you, Michelle. And I want to thank the organizers for the invitation to contribute to this very important forum. So yes, we're just publishing very soon Actually, you are the first to hear the findings. This research, which is going to be bi-communal for the time being, we just completed the leg that concerns Greek Cypriot point of view on management of resources, energy resources in the Eastern Mediterranean, and possible collaboration between different countries. So it's in relation to what we hear discussed publicly about, GSI, EastMed some years ago, about the solar panel in the buffer zone. So we want essentially to understand what are the views of people, how much acceptance is there for all these various projects, identify possible differences in how they approach these possible collaborators, countries, and better understand the possibilities of actually implementing these projects as confidence-building measures. Specifically, what we try to do is we, with some colleagues, Neophytos Loizidis, who is a professor in the University of Warwick, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, Edward Morgan-Jones in Kent University, Laura Sudulic, Essex University, and two postdoctoral researchers in my university, the University of Cyprus, Andreas Michail and Nikandros Ioannidis. What we tried to do was to use a method called conjoint analysis, adding the element of energy collaboration. So let me explain very briefly what this is, because I think it's important to get the picture. So what you do in conjoint analysis is you give people the option of choosing between possible peace packages, varying the dimensions of the Guterres framework under different options. So for example, what about security? We have these 3 or 4 options. What about territorial issues? What about compensation? So what we did in this last research, we added the element of energy projects and collaboration between possible countries in how these might become part of a peace package. So now what we have in front of us is a lot of research evidence about the acceptance of possible packages, peace packages, that include variations of these possible collaborations. And yes, what we found was exactly that as a standalone measure of confidence building, the solar panel is the most highly accepted measure of all these. So that's very important. That's for Greek Cypriots, and now we expect the findings very soon, in 1 month's time, from Turkish Cypriots also. We also found that a very interesting finding, that collaboration between Cyprus, the Republic of Cyprus, and Turkey might be resisted before a solution, but actually if you have it as part of a solution, energy collaboration with Turkey, actually it's at very high acceptable levels, 65%. And I think that's really important because, when you discuss, for example, the possibility in the south of Cyprus collaborating with Turkey on an energy project, you usually get a lot of resistance by the majority. But what about if this kind of collaboration actually comes at the same time with the solution of the Cyprus problem? So as part of a peace package. I think that would be actually a game changer, because what we find here is that if you add that particular measure of the solar panel and collaboration with Turkey on energy issues, actually the percentage of acceptance is very high as part of a solution. So I think this is a really key political message. And it shows, because Michelle, you asked also the question, how do you interpret this finding? I think specifically the solar panel idea attracts 2 different audiences. It attracts those in favor of a solution more generally, but it also attracts people with environmental sensitivities. And usually they tend to go hand in hand also, by the way, which is also an interesting finding. But beyond that, beyond the overlap, you get a lot of acceptance because it somehow manages to combine the economic benefit, as you rightly talked about earlier, with a very feasible confidence-building measure that will also benefit the pockets of every citizen on the island, I think, across the divide. So I think that's really an important message, and I hope that the research evidence will also be quite approving in the Turkish Cypriot community. We will know very soon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Psaltis. Now, I will ask the same question to our panelists, and I will comment on that question myself at the end. So, Mr. Toros, as you know, the Commission's proposal for a bicommunal solar power plant in the buffer zone is now one of the confidence-building measures being discussed in the framework of the UN talks. This project in itself is very technical because it is a solar power plant and it's electricity at the end. But negotiations are mostly political. Bearing in mind that we are in Cyprus and that the Cyprus problem is complex in itself, how can we marry technical requirements with political considerations to have a performing project?
$1 million question. The solar park project is technical in itself, but trying to put it into implementation is heavily and politically charged, as we know. So the execution of the project, contrary to the development of it, is extremely political. So under the ongoing political climate on the island, this is precisely why it's very important to demonstrate that technical collaboration can inspire further collaboration, both at political level as well as at communal level, at the level of trust building between the two communities. And not to mention, of course, further rapprochement. First, this particular project, developed by the European Union, must be anchored in technical viability and excellence. We have information, and we have reasons to believe that the way the project has been developed is actually most up to date, and it is integrated with storage facilities as well. So we're encouraged by that. But mindful of the fact that technology is far more volatile than most of us can catch up, it's very important that technical viability coupled with excellence is taken into account. This means that ensuring that the design, the engineering, the grid integration behind it, and maintenance plan fully complies with all relevant EU standards. Clear technical benchmarks make the project credible and will naturally reduce the likelihood of suspicion or skepticism or even disputes. When both communities see a project that is professionally planned and delivers results, it will earn confidence. Technical clarity enhances political leverage, signals that cooperation is serious, transparent, and aim-oriented. Secondly, political considerations must be embedded at the beginning. In Cyprus, even a seemingly neutral technical project carries considerable political weight. Questions of ownership, governance, revenue sharing, and security must all be negotiated transparently, in good faith, and in line with principles associated with equitability. Both communities must feel their rights, responsibilities, and mutual interests are respected and honored. By creating a joint decision-making body and co-management structure, we can transform this technical coordination into a model of intercommunal governance. Thirdly, the project must emphasize shared benefits and visibility. Solar power is more than just electrons. It's a tool for demonstrating tangible advantages of synergy, which is essential what federal partnership is all about. When both communities experience reliable electricity, cost savings and environmental improvement, it reinforces a very strong political message, and that is federal partnership is not abstract. It is practical and mutually rewarding. Fourthly, timing and sequencing are of key importance. Technical milestones such as construction phases, grid connections, and monitoring can be mapped to political confidence building. Visible successes within a sense of urgency help create momentum, mitigate suspicion, and allow negotiators to focus on more sensitive political issues in parallel. And finally, the European Union's support provides a neutral framework that blends technical funding, expertise, and oversight with political legitimacy. This ensures the project is not seen as biased towards one particular side, and that both communities feel equally invested. In conclusion, marrying technical and political considerations is not about separating them. It is about designing the technical project in ways that respect political sensitivities and the utilization of political mechanisms aimed at ensuring optimal technical performance. When done correctly, the bicommunal solar park will become more than an energy facility. It will become a living confidence-building measure, proving that cooperation can work in practice and not remain in words. Finally, I would like to draw your attention that solar park investments are directly interlinked with electricity interconnection projects between countries. We are aware that the Great Sea Interconnector, originally connecting Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, is going through huge discussions, huge disputes, and raising a lot of questions. It has been proven by independent authorities, people who have made analytic studies, that this project can only become technically, economically, commercially, and politically viable if it is connected between Cyprus and Turkey as opposed to Cyprus and Greece. It is for this reason that we need to devise this project or reshape it as appropriate so that it actually incentivizes further investments in solar power plants, in addition to the one that we have been discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toros. Just mindful of the time, I will ask Dr. Psaltis the same question.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. I will be very short, actually, so we save time for discussion because I realize we only have 5 minutes. I must add the quality development of the research I mentioned earlier, which was about a focus group discussion about green transition in the South. And what came out of this discussion was very clear. There needs to be transparency in these projects because almost everybody was very skeptical of politicians trying to make money out of these kind of projects. So because you ask what is the crucial element, I think this is the crucial element. There needs to be transparency, and so that everybody knows that there is nobody trying to make money out of these projects. So through transparency and democratic processes, I think this will be a very successful project, as long, of course, that there is political will, because that's the other part of the element. To be honest, now I think there is no political will. But we will see very soon whether there's going to be any change in that. But let me add also something, another point here. I think it's a shame that we lost Professor Keridis from Greece on this, because he would explain to us the benefits of the express visa scheme of Turkish citizens getting a 7-day visa to visit Greek islands. If you think about it, that seems like a very daring project, but now I think they are on the second year of this project being implemented, and it created 80 million revenue for all these 5-6 islands on the Aegean. I think this is exactly the kind of mentality we need here in Cyprus. This is political will combined with financial benefit. If we manage to get this in our heads, and we need political will, I think everything will go very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions, if there are from the audience. No? Okay. Well, just to thank you all for being here, for coming. Yes.
I think we have a few more minutes, and maybe people can come up with a few questions so that we make it a bit more interactive. That's the idea of the Cyprus Forum. How do you see things? Maybe Mr. Toros can answer this. After a positive result for your party after the elections in the 20th of October. Is this in your priorities?
It is a renowned fact that Mr. Tufan Erhman, the leader of my party and our presidential candidate at the moment, has a very unwavered commitment to a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus issue in full line with all relevant UN Security Council resolutions and parameters. And it is with this vision that we have been working very closely together to develop a series of different methods that will take us to a point of no return at the next round of negotiations, which need to be devised as the final mile of the settlement process. We are aware of the very, very strong role that confidence-building measures can play. Our past performance in recent years, in past peace processes and negotiations, show very clearly that implementation of confidence-building measures has changed the political ground on the island, conducive for progress at the negotiation table. So our priority will be to see how we can overcome the ongoing impasse that has been prevailing since 2017. Secondly, to engage into very detailed and very comprehensive dialogue with all our interlocutors in order to introduce added methods to the UN-led negotiations, so that this time we don't only resume negotiations, but we make sure we finalize them, we ensure that they are conclusive negotiations. And with this vision, we will dwell on the implementation of the confidence-building measures, and we will not keep them confined to the 6 measures agreed upon at the 2 broadened meetings recently. We do believe that confidence building must not be confined to intercommunal projects between the 2 Cypriot communities, but they must also cover interests of the 3 guarantors as well. We are all aware that no progress can be expected, no comprehensive political agreement can be possible without the consent of the guarantors too. So it's equally important to incentivize all parties concerned so that we can attain the much needed simultaneous political will to finalize the peace building process. Thank you.
Yes, there is another question. Yes.
Thank you. Hi. We have been talking about how this project can be a confidence-building measure for the communities to come together. And yet we've listed other initiatives that have been in the past that we thought will build that confidence to get us there. So I'd like to ask you, how do we see this project to actually maybe take us off the ground of the stagnated position we are as two communities? Do we think that that's because it's energy, or do we maybe have some questions around maybe this will be done and then we'll stay where we are?
I think I can answer that question and outline a little bit what our thinking was. So there are many examples in the island that exist right now about confidence-building measures that basically nobody notices. Mr. Toros mentioned them before, the Miamilia wastewater treatment plant, the interconnection of the grids, and so on. Are all these projects, are all these initiatives perfect? No. Do they have problems? Yes. Are these problems sometimes difficult? Yes, but the collaboration exists. And the collaboration is something that is hardly on the news. People don't necessarily know the details. It's almost kind of like kept in secret, just so that it can keep going. So, of course, I cannot speak on behalf of the European Commission, but I can tell you that for me personally and for many people that I work with, having a solar power plant that is bicommunal is of essence. The fact that it's solar, it's because Cyprus is, you know, a sunny country. It could have been any other project, but the fact that it's bicommunal has to be at its heart, because you can build a solar power plant anywhere else in Cyprus. You can build it in Paphos. You can build it in Kyrenia. It's a solar power plant. It gives energy. It exists. You can buy it even on the market. But you cannot buy a bicommunal solar power plant. For that, you need the two communities to say, I want to do this. It's a common project. I'm an engineer, and I've, by accident, ended up here in Cyprus dealing with bicommunal stuff. But for me, any engineering project requires two things. One of them is trust. One is trust. If you are going to build a refinery, or if you are going to, build I don't know, a factory, you need trust. Someone is going to give you the money. Someone is going to do the job. Someone is going to actually make it run. So if there is no trust, no one will ever start a project. So it's a key component. And another one, it's risk. You know, no one has 100% certainty that that project will be successful in every single aspect of it. So it is what we want, as I believe as European Commission, is to see the two communities taking that leap together and saying, I want to do this because I want to see if I will be able to live together the day after. And by doing that, you will see that, or we hope to see, that the benefits are so important that whatever differences may exist start becoming less important. Will this bring complete settlement of the Cyprus problem? I doubt. But nevertheless, it's a step forward. It's better than not having anything.
May I contribute just very briefly? The European Union has set its targets, zero emission by 2050. Cyprus as a whole is a member state, and Cyprus as a whole is very far behind that target, unless there is simultaneous political will to perceive this as an obligation rather than a choice. Okay? We're not going to get anywhere close to that target. And this will jeopardize the credibility of the whole island as a full-fledged member state. So we desperately need two political leaders who have simultaneous political will and who share the same common vision towards this goal, not to mention all other responsibilities that are lying idle ever since the Crown Montana Conference.
I have another question. My question goes mostly to Mr. Psaltis. It's a bit out of topic, but I would like to ask how the rise of far-right affect this process on both sides, basically. We can see that, I know that it will affect the process and the rise of far-right all over Europe, but particularly in Cyprus, if there are any statistics or research about that, so yes.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good question, although it is a bit off topic, but let me tackle it very quickly. Okay, I mean, we know from research and some polling that Elam is expected to do relatively well in these elections. I mean, maybe 12 or 13, somewhere 14%, which is too high for an extreme right-wing organization, of course. And of course, it's something to really reflect on as a Greek Cypriot community, why we have this increase. But I would say that from the researcher's point of view, who studies the views of people from representative samples in both communities, I would say that the views, the extreme views on the Cyprus issue are actually even higher than Elam. But this is not a reason to be afraid of trying to reach a solution. Because, let me be more specific, the people who have like extreme views about how to solve the problem might be around 20% in the Greek Cypriot community. But that overlooks the fact that 80% actually, under some conditions, could actually support the solution. And just to give you an idea, if you ask a very specific question about federation, which is, would you accept federation? Would you reject federation? Or would you accept it as a solution that you could live with or you tolerate, you know, if needed? Huh? So what you find that if you ask this question is that after Crown Montana, every year there is a 5 to 6% increase in the percentage of people who accept federation, either because they like it, clearly, or because they find it a solution of compromise. And the percentage of people who belong in these two categories today on federation is actually 80%, 8-0. Just after Crown Montana, it was about 65%. So every year we have an increase, and we are now up to 80%. So what does that tell you? That people actually in the south are becoming more ready for a solution on the basis of federation. So you have to keep this in perspective when you discuss the rise of the extreme right. It is, of course, an issue of people, everybody should be worried about that, but we should not lose sight of that other positive finding also.
Sure. So may I have another question to probably both the speakers? We all know that so far the efforts to co-exploit the natural resources of Cyprus have failed in regards to the natural gas reserves which have been found across the coast of Cyprus by both the Republic of Cyprus and in the north. But so far, unfortunately, all the efforts for an exploitation or a co-exploitation by those resources have been unsuccessful. The drillings happen, the natural gas reserves are being found, and I think a couple of days or less than a week ago there was a piece of news that actually a big new amount of natural gas has been found, not so far from the coast of Cyprus. So do you think that also this aspect of energy and the co-exploitation of the natural resources in regard to the natural gas by both communities would actually be a very good catalyzer for confidence building and for the prosperity which would be shared equally by both communities if those resources are being co-exploited?
Just to add, that was the main most crucial research finding that I mentioned earlier, that as part of a peace package, regional cooperation of countries around the Eastern Mediterranean is actually a very welcome development. And I think the political will is there to put this in the equation together. I think this might be the solution of the problem.
The natural gas resources that have been explored in 3 different exclusive economic zones in the region have been proven to benefit all neighboring countries, provided that the resources are joint in a network and pumped to Turkey, which is the country closest to the island of Cyprus, whereby it can be liquidified and marketed to markets exceeding to Western Europe, as you know. The obstacle, the impediment in front of this project is the reflections of the Cyprus problem on maritime jurisdiction areas surrounding Cyprus. And this disputed maritime jurisdiction areas is obviously preventing the implementation of such a regional project. And this is why resources explored in one particular exclusive economic zone is not sufficient to realize this regional project, but only to provide a certain amount of domestic needs of one particular country. So the answer to your question is again very much connected to the simultaneous political will that is absolutely imperative for progress on the remaining mile of the peace-building process. And if this is accomplished, then it will naturally enable negotiations over delimitation of these disputed maritime areas, which will enable this regional project that has been pending since 2010, to the best of my recollection.
Okay, I think that now the organizers are really telling us to finish. So I just want to thank the audience for being here, for the questions, thanking our speakers, and have a good evening.
Famagusta and Nicosia, please take your seat while our speakers prepare for the panel.
end. Yes, please. Yeah, that'd be great. Come over there. Everyone, this is the last panel. Please take your seats so that we finish, and then we go home to get some rest. Can everyone take your seats, please? Hello. Justus.
Dimitri.
Okay, let's start.
Ναι, σε αλλάξουν εδώ τα μέσα.
Okay. Shall we start? What you say? Hello, everyone. No. Hello, everyone. This is the last session of Cyprus Forum. I, first of all, would like to thank the organizers of this forum. This is the first time I'm involved in this forum. And since the 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I've been listening all the contributors. And I have really become more and more aware of the deepness and complexity of the Cyprus problems. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Müge Akkar Ercan. I'm from Ankara, from Middle East Technical University, and I'm professor of urban planning and design. And today we'd like to look at the complexity of Cyprus, the society, divided society, from the perspective of urban dynamics. And we'd like to raise the questions of how urban dynamics can contribute to the integration of the island, the society, two societies, as well as communities, as one of the contributors specifically emphasized, and also how urban dynamics can contribute to sustainability and the shared future of Cyprus for the new generation. These are the questions we want to raise, and we want to discuss together with you. I'm so pleased to see young friends here, as well as colleagues, hopefully it will be, I mean, at the end, this is the end of the day, but I would like to, you also contribute to this session. This is very important, because at the end of the day, it's forum. Let me introduce all my contributors of this panel. Byron Ionu, Professor of Urban Planning at the Department of Architecture at Frederick University. Gizem Caner, she's urban planner from Nicosia, Turkish municipality. And Dr. Münevver Özgür Özersay, she's architect and also founding director of Miro Design Room and UK Space. Well, first of all, our discussion is going to be around 3 questions. We want to identify and state the current state and impact of urban dynamics across the UN buffer zone and its impact to communities, environmental sustainability, local economies of both Famagusta and Nicosia. And afterwards, we'll talk about shared vision and planning, and finally, the challenges and potentials, opportunities. So let me raise my question to Byron. First of all, how does the division of the UN buffer zone currently affect the local economies, urban communities, and environmental sustainability of both Nicosia and Famagusta?
Good evening also from my side. We are very glad to have Nuya here from Ankara. We did a lot to organize this panel, and of course Gizem and Münevver. And thank you for attending this last panel. Regarding the impacts, I will start with the term urban development. Is something that we deal with in planning. Urban development for the one part of the city, for the one part of Nicosia, is it something good or bad for the other part? I'm sure that if Professor Psaltis was here now and did his research, maybe a huge part of the population is considering the urban development of the other part as negative for the one part. And this is something we should consider. But if we say sustainable urban development, it's obvious and anyone can understand that the sustainable urban development of one side is for the benefit also, for the benefit of the other side, is good. And it's something that externalities support. We need to be sustainable. And I'm afraid that we cannot be sustainable enough if we don't know what Mui asked, the exact impact of the division. We are not measuring now. We create plans, urban plans, visions, without knowing exactly what is happening to the other side and without connecting our plans with what is happening on the other side in the region, of course, of Famagusta and, of course, in Nicosia. We need to see the image of the whole city. I have a lot of publications. I write the word Nicosia, I write the word Famagusta, and I am thinking now that in all of my publications, when I talk about Nicosia, I mean half Nicosia, not the whole city. And this is what we all do. If you search for publications from the Turkish Cypriot community, you will see that Nicosia, they mean the north part. I think we can contribute as academics, as researchers, and start collecting data, representing data, and analyzing the broad picture. And if we analyze the broad picture, we will see that the costs are obvious. Anybody can understand that the division has cost. A guy from Gionelli that wants to shop in Athenides has cost today. The opposite movements have cost. We started with commerce, we started with exchange of services, but there are a lot of barriers that increase the cost between the cooperation of the two parts of the city and the territory. And do we feel that we compete each other? For example, Famagusta region is a region that can promote a lot of economic opportunities and a lot of development opportunities if there is initiative and if there is a forum trying to find ways to do this within the current status, not waiting the solution of the Cyprus problem. There are social dynamics across the buffer zone that we are not aware. We didn't measure the relations between people in a quantitative manner. We don't know who is married to whom, who is visiting whom. To understand the dynamics, we need to find out. And in the end, to conclude, the environment is the loser of this division, because when we have noise or pollutants in the one side, then the other side suffers and the opposite. And we cannot claim that we are carbon neutral or green city if it's only half of it. And it's the same regarding Famagusta region and Nicosia, of course.
Thank you, Byron. Now, what we want to do is to discuss how we can create the shared vision and planning, how planning can contribute to the integration of two societies and communities, and how collaboration, cooperation can be built through that. So I would like to ask first Gizem, what are the existing mutually developed plans and shared visions for the future of Nicosia and Famagusta?
Thank you, Hocam. For the last 50 years of total division on the international level, we haven't been successful in overcoming the conflict. However, on the local level, we have many success stories. Mr. Fikri Toros mentioned a lot, he summarized them very well in his speech, starting from the Mia Miglia sewage project and then continuing with a variety of infrastructural projects. But the one that needs to be emphasized in terms of urban structure is probably the Nicosia Master Plan, which was very innovative at the time that it was done, as well as today, I think, still one of a kind around the world, because it allowed us to carry on rehabilitation work even though there was no reunification, and there is no reunification in the city. So the functional integration of the city was actually a possibility through with the plan. But when we look, I think things started to change around 2000s when the first gate opened. Not just economical relations, but also social contact between the communities increased. And then came in 2008 the technical committees that started working on immediate solutions for urban issues that we had, like the preservation of the cultural heritage, environment, health, and these technical committees, some of them are still working very efficiently. But all these things that I have mentioned until now are actually coming from the top. They are top-down approaches, and they are mostly technical, as again Fikri Toros has mentioned. The parties who are actively meeting to realize these projects were non-political, businessmen, planners, designers, whatever. So, yes, they were, as I said, top-down. What keeps the heart running, however, in Cyprus, I believe, is the bottom-up approaches. So the ones that are coming from the grassroots, because they allow connection on a daily basis, they allow people to meet in their daily lives, not just technocrats, but everyone. And that's what I think gave birth to the synergetic civil society projects that we can observe today in Nicosia, like the Home for Cooperation Association for Historical Research and Dialogue, or Cyprus Dialogue Forum. Now, yes, there is a long history of civil society working for peace in Cyprus, but I think what should be emphasized in this history is the resilience of it, because regardless of the political climate, regardless of the limitations, they keep coming in a more proactive, pragmatic, innovative ways, let's say. So yes, I want to emphasize one last thing here, that in all these things we are actually talking about a depoliticization. For something to occur in Cyprus, tangible things to occur in Cyprus on the urban scale, we have to be talking about them in terms of depoliticization, because there's a contrast between political division and functional interdependency of the both sides of Cyprus. So in order to overcome these things, we have to depoliticize and contextualize urban interdependency in terms of technicalities, in terms of humanistic pretenses, so that we can overcome, or we can even provide political change in Cyprus through these grassroots movements and depoliticization. Yes.
Thank you, Gizem. Now I would like to give the word to Minerva. They have a very good example and projects in terms of the bottom-up, showing the bottom-up approach. Please tell us your experience about it.
Okay, thank you, Hajam. If I knew that I was going to die tomorrow and you asked me what were the most meaningful things in your life, what did you do? I would definitely mention my contribution as an architect in the technical committee of the Home for Cooperation building. It was an amazing experience, and I'm still every day very proud of what they have done and so happy that I could contribute. That was 20 years ago. And then the second thing I would think of would be really hands-on Famagusta project, which kind of started 10 years ago. And in 2016, we proudly presented at the Venice Architectural Biennale as a bi-communal group. And actually our group name is Imaginary Famagusta, and we are altogether 6 people: Socrates Stratis and Christanti Constantino, Emre Akbil, Esra Can, and Lara Anna Scarf. And we managed to bring this project only with the help of collaboration with Lucy and AA+U office. So why am I saying this? Just to emphasize that we need to come together and do things together for the bottom-up success. Another dimension of it was that we did everything what we did based on the assumption that we are not dealing with the property issues, that and that we are doing everything informally. We avoided many, many problems by moving on like this. And we didn't present a master plan for Famagusta. What we did, like for this project, that together with citizens, students, municipalities and planners from both sides, we co-created a mobile city model. We have huge data, which is at the moment sleeping under a website. Hopefully we will get together again to find some funds to resurrect this. And we went street by street with students. Each Greek-speaking student had a Turkish-speaking company so that they could belong to each other and move around the city very comfortably. And street by street, we did a survey of the whole city of Famagusta, which was then 3D printed into a model. And it is now at the University of Cyprus and ready to be, again, modularly set up for further discussions and group brainstormings and so on. So what mattered most was not the final product, the model or whatever, but it was the process of commoning. And we, all of us, negotiating thresholds and making hidden fractures visible and beginning to transform contested space into shared space. For Famagusta and for Cyprus and for many other similar contested urban areas, This means that we already have a shared vocabulary in the toolkit. So we went around EU and representatives of political parties. We went around describing them, what we were doing, and we tried to promote it as a tool for other policy-making strategies, which we really succeeded in failing. Okay, all of them thought that we were asking for funds or something. No, we were saying, okay, we have this participatory tool, these ways of thinking, we have different agendas and, you know, topics to consider, and a vocabulary that is very meaningful for the negotiation table, and so on. It stayed at an individual level. But I mean, like, the challenge now is not to start from zero for us, but to scale up these practices and integrate them into formal planning processes so that shared visions are not only imagined, but also institutionalized. Hello, sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minerva. Actually, I was really fascinated by this your experiences. I mean, both of them. They are really concrete examples in terms of showing how bottom-up projects can develop through the participation and collaboration of different actors, including professionals like planners, architects, as well as young generations, and how space can be a really very strong agent to integrate these different communities, different societies. I mean, and at the end, if you experience the whole process, I mean, not only outcome you bring forth as concrete build-up outcome, but if you experience the whole process, actually the awareness, raising awareness, learning, peer learning, these are all becomes really very vivid. And creating a common language, shared vision all together, these are the things that have been told actually over the whole afternoon. So these are the concrete examples in this sense. I believe they are very valuable. I would like to raise now the question of challenges as well as opportunities. How these projects can create some challenges, but at the same time they create some opportunities. Can I give the word to Byron?
Well, these bottom-up initiatives are some bright examples, and we need to scale them up, but we need to consider also the challenges. The major challenge is to play with the restrictions, and they did it successfully. We have some restrictions, we need to play with the rules of the game until the rules change maybe in the future. Of course, there are a lot of opportunities. There are opportunities within the current relations, exchanges that have been developed. For example, we have people, goods and services that move within the urban area. Can we make them move more? What are the initiatives that could increase the movements or the exchanges? Or how can we strengthen alliances? We have mutually recognized bodies. Instead of keeping everything informal, we can go a step further, and the technical chambers and the municipal authorities, they have relations. I was very encouraged by Harmanji and Brunzos yesterday that they are started again to discuss mutual action. So we can find synergies, we can find alliances, for example, environmental protection goals, the emissions, the quality of air across the buffer zone, sustainable mobility, the commuting from through the cross points today is completely unsustainable. There is no consideration of moving in a more sustainable way. And in the end, the most difficult maybe is to try and foster cooperation in the formal planning. We are one of the few panels discussing planning issues in the last years. I think we are doing a small step, but this should be enlarged.
Thank you, Byron. Gizem, would you like to say?
Yes, I will be more abstract this time. I think our primary challenge is that we are too inward-oriented, too division-oriented. We neglect integration with the world in favor of integration within the island. So what I mean is actually we are trying to be socially connected internally, but externally we are avoiding this. So yes, we will secure and bridge our communities, but we also have to stay attractive and competitive globally, regionally. And for this, we need to overcome another very big challenge, which is the lack of physical and social connectivity we have on the island. Only if we overcome this lack, if we can transform it, we can create mutual responsibility and working together as a community. And at the same time, if we can achieve this, we will see that this is a two-way street, that when we turn our face to the world, not only we will take from them, but we will give them what we have experienced until now, which is the vantage points we can offer, which in terms of the already existing efforts that we have for fostering social cohesion. This is an opportunity, and we should work more on developing these community hubs that we already have in place. But the most important thing I want to emphasize is by doing this, we can create one single common public identity, not just the North, not just the South, but a global identity that works for both of us, that can create a new image for the communities in Cyprus. And I believe that the focus here should be the city, because cities are the future, cities are the power hubs in the global system, in the existing global system. And thankfully, we have a history of bridging the divide through the cities, through Nicosia Master Plan and all the infrastructural projects that we mentioned and all the other achievements that we have done in Nicosia. And urban spaces offer very good, maybe the best platforms for transformation, because they are the magnets of economic and social pools, locally as well as internationally. So here comes again the role of grassroots movements, because as Byron was saying as an answer to his first question, we need to see what is happening on the ground, because we have some naturally organically growing community hubs, as I said, organically growing cohesion, collaboration. How is this happening? What is going on? We need more research, more surveys maybe, to get to know how these things are happening organically. And then we can use urban planning maybe as a tool to create these socially sustainable and peaceful cities of the future. So the organic flourishing of social networks and how they can be promoted through creation of social shared spaces, I think, can pave the way for creating a new brand for Cyprus, actually. Not just, as I said, the North and the South. We have this legacy, we have this history to be able to create this, and we can become a unique aspect in this. Only then we can talk about a global identity, I think, for the whole of the cities and the islands of Cyprus.
Thank you. And Minerva, please.
I think that we lose a lot of energy by trying to fit in the roles that we think are defined for us, like as mothers, as workforce people, or as even leaders, or as conference organizers and so on, and sometimes we lose the essence of belonging. Belonging in the simplest way of existence, and belonging to nature, and nature is the bigger umbrella. Why am I saying this? Because I think even projects like what we did and the other similar urban dynamics in such contexts reveal the fragility and the potential, of course, but and the dependency of such projects on funds. And funds, again, determine what are the standards for us to fit in. So as a group, we were kind of talking about these things, and during the pandemic, with collaboration with Home for Cooperation, we made a workshop based on the case of marketplaces. And with joy, we discovered that market spaces reveal a lot of potential and opportunity for us to discuss many things, because using it as a metaphor, we understood how people meet, and how they negotiate and imagine themselves, and as a part of larger community, even though when they come from different sides of a divide. Building on that success, our group later evolved into, we started calling ourselves Imaginary Federation. And we liked that because the market idea gave us the new idea of working another project as an open school for transition, a school of transition where we meant not only the political transition towards federalism, but also the ecological transition demanded by the Anthropocene. So even the route of how an apple traveled all the way from Troodos, and how that apple traveled all the way from Troodos to Nicosia to the market, because there are people in the market selling apples from Troodos. It's amazing. It made us question many other things. So seeing in this way, a market became more than commerce, it became a laboratory. And it made us to see the segregations of post-colonial divided cities and the possibilities of circular economies. And I want to end here, I think. So how can such cases help us move from separation to cooperation, and from exclusion to shared responsibility for a common future? I think a lot of politico-ethical responsibility falls on designers. We need to be more united by design in a general sense. We are all designers, and we just need to stop fitting in, and we need to deliberately co-create new designs for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Minerva. Now, I would like to give some, is there any question or comments from the audience, please?
Thank you for the very interesting discussion. I have two questions, actually. One is, I know there have been some similar initiatives. I have in mind the Famagusta Eco-City project, and I'm just curious, where did that stop, and whether you have reached out to those people, and whether you try to join forces or any other similar initiatives about connecting the two communities through architecture and design. And the second question is, you said you have a lot of data work that's just sitting and waiting for an opportunity. Are you trying to pitch this to politicians from both sides when stars align and something magic happens, and they give you the opportunity to implement some of those?
I will start from yes, we did pitch to people, and that's what I meant. It stayed at the individual level. We couldn't move it on even the petition we did for a technical committee to handle the problems of Varosha with a technical committee, international one, we tried to push that through, and we managed institutions like ETEC and the union on our side even signed that. But we want to start again. We had some other personal issues, by the way, and at the moment 3 of our group members are in Sheffield, and one of our group members is freshly a mother of her second child. And I think these are important things as well, but we came together with Socrates thinking that we should start pitching again, and we need to find a way. It's not a possibility, it's a necessity. We will work on it. And regarding EcoCity, Ceren and some of her friends are friends as well. And it was a totally different project than Hands-on Famagusta. They were more looking at it ethnographically and working on a film and like a bit more of storytelling and maybe future predictions and, you know, things like that. To be honest, I don't know where they are at this moment, but we were in touch, and ours was really about bringing in as many voices as people, like even the immigrants, and we made the launches when we made the launch of the trilingual website, like we managed to bring Famagustians from Limassol by bus to there. And then later on, we made another one in Limassol, and we talked about our coast there. So even the immigrants, we tried to bring their voices and personas and agendas on the website. And we created actually a kind of game where with your each choice on the website, you could decide if you separate the city or if you bring it together. And really the idea worked also for Cyprus. If you decide to buy a house on the coastline and block its access to public, it is a decision that divides the city. So even even as people, our singular decisions influence the greater people. And our project is very difficult to explain in detail. Hopefully, we will resurrect the website and you will enjoy more. And we will come and pitch to you as well.
Yeah, and you have a platform here to present any developments every year.
We will be happy to.
Just to add on to additional architectural or urban bicommunal committees, yes. There is the one Mrs. Andrula was talking about, Europa Nostra Nicosia Hub. And then we have Cyprus Network for Urban Morphology again, which is a bicommunal committee. That's just to add on to that.
Thank you. Technical committee as well. Please.
Well, I have a question in terms of urban planning instruments. You mentioned two, the Nicosia Master Plan and the Hands-on Famagusta project that resulted in this model. I would like to know to what extent they are shared, to what extent they are updated, used, I mean institutionally, and to what extent they are available for other people who would like to know more and to maybe to contribute to those plans. And also if they include the buffer zone.
For Nicosia Master Plan, it was done in the 1970s. It wasn't digital, it was handmade. And it included two scenarios, one with reunification, one with division. So yes, it included the buffer zone in one scenario, but not in the other one. When in 1990s, the first master plan for Nicosia was being done in the Turkish side, the Nicosia master plan was taken as a basis, and I know for a fact that it was also taken as a basis in the southern side as well. So yes, it was being referenced, but not maybe formally, let's say. But then, especially in the 2000s, a lot of follow-up projects came following the Nicosia master plan, like the Shared Vision project. I don't know, New Vision, yes. So some follow-up projects came, and I can say it is still relevant in the context of the development of the city as a whole.
I would like to add that these projects, in my opinion, are sleeping today. If you don't have a body, an acting body, working, functioning, and exchanging ideas, updating, then in the end, it's just history.
When the mayors change, sorry, Hocam, the technical committee is working on the plans, or yes, distributed, and then.
I mean, regarding our things, we made many press conferences, press releases, and so on. And this book is amazing, and I can give it to you as a gift. I brought it to Gizem, but I can give her one later on. And it talks about the tools, like the transformative tools and the unifying visions. For Famagusta, they were the ecocultural heritage, one of the unifying visions, and the other unifying like infrastructure and the thick waterfront. They were the three visions, and as tools, we used like counter mapping, we used the thresholds, and we asked really the questions, I forgot the English for it now. Controversial questions. We asked many controversial questions, and on those questions actually were based the game. But the book, I think, will, and more of it is available with Socrates Stratis. He will tell you more where you can buy. I can learn and then maybe post it on Facebook. I don't know, but have to reach you. But I can give you the book, and you can contact Socrates, maybe. Okay.
Okay, please. Oh, sorry. No.
Okay, go back to Virona's initiative of the importance of the institutionalization of those events. If they come to the surface and they become formal, sometimes they become much bigger in terms of scale, but also they become visible. They become visible to the wider public. I know that there was a possibility of the Nicosia master plan moving forward into a detailed plan for Nicosia a few years back, about 7, 8 years ago, and that failed. Was that a glitch? Was that something, an accident at that particular moment in time? Because the conditions sound to me as if they were similar as the 1970s plan, but it wasn't taken on. So I'm not sure if these formal events are going backwards instead of moving forward.
Are you talking about the area scheme?
The area scheme, yes.
It has been completed actually right now and institutionalized, formalized in the north as well.
Separately, you mean? Separately
yes,
for the two
but the
sides.
team working for the south is actually worked for the north as well. So the two plans have developed in accordance with each other. At the time, the political climate was not, as you said, very favorable for the two municipalities, let's say, to work together. But yes, after 7 years or 8 years, yes, we have achieved to do it, I think, in accordance with each other.
I mean, in our case, I think we did not do a very good job in simplifying our language and communicating it to greater, and now we will be working on it. At the moment, today, I'm a runaway from a boot camp of Startups for Peace program. As a startup myself, for establishing a new initiative or company called Equispace. And there we are learning to turn design ideas or like ideas into some business ideas and business solutions. And I think we need to learn to pitch better and to sell our ideas better, because like where real money is and where it's going around, and it's a kind of more also a men's world. I mean, I think we need to be all of us, and we are not too little in number, I'm sure of that, ecofeminists, and we need to sell this more in a more professional way.
Thank you, Minerva. Please.
So,
thank you for letting me speak. I haven't said a word since I came to this Cyprus Forum, but I've lived a lot of it. And particularly, I've lived the two mayors, Lelos and Mustafa Akinci, and one of the participants here, her father, were all here in this room 37 years ago. And they were talking about the things they're talking about. And I think nothing is in the past. We have to bring it back. We have to learn from people who are as old as me. Don't dismiss them, because they've tried it and maybe they've failed. But in their failure, they've set seed for the future. And I'm so glad that you're here, and it's a mainly feminist, I'm sure you're a feminist, platform, because my husband is an architect planner, and he's interested in these ideas, grassroots, and listening to people. In fact, he's better than most politicians. When he was working in Bristol, where I live. Okay.
Thank you for your contribution. Yes, but would you mind if I give the word to the lady, because she's been...
He can take it.
All right, okay.
no, I'm just interested or curious, as urban planners and architects, what steps do you think are being taken in terms of sustainability, like public transportation and improving green spaces in urban cities in Cyprus? Do you think there's progress being made, and how do you think both sides of Cyprus can learn from each other and sort of collaborate in like just increasing sustainability in cities in Cyprus?
Well, shame on me, I don't know to answer for the north part of Nicosia. I know only for the southern part. There is the National Plan for Climate and Adaptation, and there are some goals we need to address. There is also an adaptation plan for the municipality of Nicosia. There are a lot of studies with measures, and there is one last plan on resilience. But I think they are all of them are very ambitious. We are not catching the KPIs, and we need to make more effort. But all these plans ignore the aspect of the two parts, the bi-communal aspect. For example, they don't measure the noise from the airport of Timbu, because it's not in the south part. It's not considered legal, for example, so we don't hear the noise. This kind of stuff is things that we need to think about.
Would you mind if I just make a little contribution? Obviously, I'm not from Cyprus. That's why I won't be able to talk about specifically how Nicosia or Famagusta can become a sustainable city specifically. But I would say that as a planner and urban designer who've been working in this field for about 30 years, I would say we talked a lot bottom-up approach, but obviously there needs a very strong vision, a roadmap which we identify the goals to achieve, the objectives that we have to achieve, and this roadmap should be obviously have to be identified according to the different terms like long term, medium term, and short term to me. But on the way, governance is very, very important. I mean, how you walk through this road with the help of specific projects, and how you include the different actors and stakeholders is very important, and how they act, how you give the roles. I mean, not you give it. In fact, they play the roles through their freedom, but to achieve a common and shared goals is very, very important. And I believe that to do that, there needs a continuous effort. First of all, will, desire, leaders, local leaders who can be raised, and following with growing together with the community. This is very important. So both way has to develop together, I guess. And there's always mistakes, as you mentioned. We have to learn from the mistakes. Without mistakes, I think it is not possible to achieve. I mean, we will learn through the mistakes, and we will make new steps. But this is the way how I think sustainability, sustainable transition can be achieved. And I believe that really young generations are very, very important, because they are so creative, so innovative, and so, powerful. So I believe that, your involvement, your participation, your achievement is much more important than ever. Okay.
I will just mention, what's your name? Isaac. Isaac. I don't want to sound, or disappoint you, but I think we are not at a good place regarding this. And why I am saying this is that, not that I'm an expert on sustainability, I'm not, as a background, urban planner myself or an environmentalist, but because to achieve sustainability, many disciplines need to collaborate. Like a mechanical engineer alone cannot do anything, an electrical engineer neither, an architect as well. So the hidden fractures show themselves most when we come to talk about sustainability. That's why I mentioned ecofeminism, because at that point we need to understand the greatness of nature itself and submit to it as stakeholders, equal stakeholders, all of us, and the communication and collaboration between us. And that means, without becoming a federation, or we can't even get grants for like recycling plants and such things. It's really a very big problem.
Thank you, Gizem. And
I'll make it very quick, since most of my questions have been asked before, but I'd like to take on the point that you've raised about how we're stuck in this division mindset, and I'd like to ask you, if we have the luxury of a delusion for a moment, or tomorrow we wake up to a united Ireland, how do we compete as Cyprus in the region and with other places creatively? Because that is on the greater European agenda as well. How would we compete?
Yes, actually, when I was thinking about this, I was thinking the same thing. How do we become one common public identity? How can we achieve this? Well, not overnight, for sure. And I was here for the previous panel, and they were speaking about trust-building measures, so we need a lot of them. But also, as we have been summarizing in this panel, through grassroots movements, through things like Home for Cooperation, tangible things in urban space where we can meet, exchange ideas, I can say this short little thing maybe, but we have to think about it and discuss maybe, like in these forums.
Well, thank you very much for all your contributions, our panelists as well as audience. I wish a very, I wish the peace comes very soon here. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Dear guests, the next panel discussion is Urban Dynamics Across the UN Buffer Zone, Famagusta, and Nicosia.